This is NHTV2, North Haven Government Television, a service of North Haven Community Television. The following program is brought to you through the support of the Town of North Haven.
Good evening. My name is Alan Fredrickson, and I'm the Land Use Administrator for the Town of North Haven. As indicated in the agenda for tonight's meeting of the Planning and Zoning Commission, the meeting is being held via video conference and conference call, and there is no in-person public access to the meeting. A video conference link and dial-in conference call number was provided for the commission members and interested members of the public to participate in the meeting. For members of the public who are listening, I would ask that you mute your phones if you're able so that we do not get any background noise. I have some important reminders. First, every time you speak, you must state your name for the record, except when the roll of the commission is being called. Second, we must be careful not to speak over one another so that everyone who's listening can hear what is being said and we have a clear record. For this reason, when it comes time for the commission to comment or to ask any questions or any of the presenters, and also for the commission to vote, the secretary will call the roll of the commission. Also, when it comes time for members of the public to comment, again, you must state your name and please spell your last name so it's properly recorded, and also provide your address. This meeting's being recorded and the recording will be posted on the town's website. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Alan. Okay, let me just get the meeting going. Good evening, everyone. My name is Vern Carlson, and I am the chairman of the commission. We have a regular meeting tonight, a regular scheduled meeting, which is September 13th, 2021 at 7 p.m. The commission members will be calling a roll for that. Right now, let me introduce our staff to you, which is Alan Fredrickson, our land use administrator. We have Andy Bellavacqua, he is our town engineer. Pam Miller is our clerk and secretary. Also joining us tonight is Jennifer Capola, is town attorney. She will have some input in the meeting as it goes along. Other than that, is there any changes in the agenda, Alan?
I have one issue, and I may want to defer it to Andy. He wanted to speak with the commission about a bond for 15 Cottontail Lane. So I'd just like to make sure that's not on the agenda per se, but I would just like to add that as a talking point, if you will.
Mr. Chairman, this is Attorney Capola. You should call for a motion to amend the agenda to add that item under bonds.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Can I get a motion to amend the agenda to add that item?
I'll make that motion, Vern.
Okay. Can I have a second? Will anyone second that motion?
Vern, this is Brian Cummings. I'll second that motion.
Okay. Jennifer, would you call the roll?
Vern Carlson,
Yes.
Rich Wilson,
Yes.
Jim Gilletti,
Yeah, he's right here.
Yeah, Jim is in.
Jim,
Did you hear me? I said yes.
yes. Teresa Ranciano Vili,
Present.
and Brian Cummings.
Yes.
Okay, very good. Well, with that being amended, we can go on with our regular meeting. Teresa, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay, very good. Teresa is our secretary of the commission, and we have some site plans tonight. We have deliberation on several items, and we have an 8-24 site plans and a public hearing, one public hearing, I believe. But Teresa, would you please read the call for the
The chairman is not coming through well at all. I don't know if he's coming through for anybody else. Can you all hear him?
Can you hear me?
He's loud and clear over here.
I
Yeah,
can hear him.
Yeah, I can hear him too. Although I have to say, this is Jim Gilletti. I'm confused because I'm looking at my agenda. I don't see a public hearing. Is there a public hearing on something?
It doesn't
No.
say that.
It says there's a,
No.
no, what I'm saying this is 8:24, a reference,
Is that, okay, that's not under public hearing. Okay, never mind.
okay, good. Jennifer? I'm Teresa. Oof. Teresa,
824 referral, number 1, P21-22. Application of the town of North Haven for the sale of a 7,987 square foot, which is 0.18 acre parcel located at the end of Mountain Brook Road.
okay, is there someone here to speak to that now?
Yeah, I think Andy was going to speak to it. Andy Bevilacqua, town engineer.
I am if I just would unmute, that's all. Yes, so Mr. Chairman, Andy Bevilacqua, town engineer. So this is essentially at the end of Mountain Brook Road. There's a small 50-foot extension of the town right-of-way. It runs to the property line of that property when it was only developed. One of the neighboring property owners has approached the town, the selectmen, and asked to purchase that 50-foot right-of-way. From what I understand, I guess it's to try to prevent any future development that might happen through that right-of-way. Although I do have to say that it's pretty steep through that section. I'm not sure that much would really be able to be done with that, even if a developer had gotten a hold of it. But so the piece before you right now is an 824 referral for that sale of that parcel.
Okay, and that's going to be a sale to that particular person, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Anybody have any questions in respect to this?
Yeah, this is Jim Gilletti. How much is it being sold for? Do we know?
Alan, do you have the appraisal amount? It was 7,000 something, I believe, right?
I don't have the appraisal
I never
amount.
got a
It was,
copy of the appraisal.
it was somewhere in that range, and it was, the number was arrived at through, I believe, 2 separate appraisals being performed on the piece. I don't know if they chose the higher or if they averaged the 2.
So I don't understand though. Why are we selling this? I mean, it's the town's property. Why do we have to sell it? What are we selling it for?
Well, we certainly don't need to sell it, but like I said, the selectman was approached to sell the parcel, and the decision had been made that we would go ahead with the sale.
Okay, the decision was made by whom?
By the selectman.
Okay, so Mr. Frieda wants to sell this parcel. That's kind of what's happening?
Yeah, I
was
guess
it
you
by
could put
the-
it that way.
Teresa Ranciano Vili, was it Board of Selectmen or just Selectmen?
Just Mr. Frieda.
Okay,
It's my understanding that the board will subsequently and have to approve it.
Right.
it goes, this is your council, it goes to the Board of Selectmen after you approve it.
but are we supposed to be deciding whether this is a good idea or not? I mean, that's kind of, it's the 824 referral, and we don't have any information. We got some information that maybe there's a couple of, appraisals. I don't get why we would be selling town land. I don't get it. I mean, there may be a reason, but I haven't heard it yet.
And who is the purchaser?
The purchaser is neighboring property owner of Frank Polano, 777 Mount Carmel. He's the property that this 50-foot right-of-way basically terminates into.
Right, so this is the property that was going to go pass through, right? I know. the
Yeah, I
property.
think the theory was when the road was first put in to provide that right-of-way in case the road to get extended down to Mount Carmel.
Right,
Although, to be honest with you, I'm not sure it could because I think it's just too steep to get down that far.
right.
And Jim, I believe what you're doing, I guess, is the age-old statutory report that it's referred for to state whether it's inconsistent with the zoning regs or the town plan.
I know what 824 says. Thank you, Alan. I can read. I appreciate the enlightenment, but honest to God, we've had these before. I know what they are. I just don't know why we are doing it. And your explanation to me hasn't been a very good one as to why we're doing it. So that's fine. We can vote on it if everybody else is happy with it. I don't get it, but that's fine.
Well, Mr. Giletti, as it has been explained to me, it's excess land, and the property owner approached the selectmen, and that was the decision. It's not doing the town any good at this point, but.
Well, that argument could be made about our parks. I don't get that. You know, just because nothing on the land doesn't mean it's not valuable land. I don't get it.
It may be valuable to the person who wants to buy it.
Indeed, it might be, but it just hasn't been a very
Not a strong argument for you to sell it.
it is not. Yeah, I don't get why we're selling it. I just don't.
Okay.
So good enough.
Okay, thank you. Does anyone else have any comment? Teresa?
Nope.
No? Okay, anyone else? Okay, very good. Teresa? Okay, we will close that 824 for the moment.
Right. Do you want me to read in site plans?
Please, yes, do.
Number 2, P21-18, site plan application of 144 Washington Avenue LLC, applicant and owner relative to 146 Washington Avenue, 5 Monroe Street, and 5 Blakesley Avenue, map 73, lot 34, map 73, lot 35, and map 73, lot 32. Plan entitled Land Development Plans issued for construction, proposed development 146 Washington Avenue, Route 5, North Haven, Connecticut, prepared by BL Companies, dated 7/7/2021, revised 8/20/2021, scale 1 inch equals 20 feet, CB 20/R12 zoning districts.
Okay, thank you, Teresa. Is there someone here to speak for the applicant?
Yeah, I am here, Mr. Chairman, Dennis Senaviva, representing the owner and applicant of the Senaviva Law Firm. With me tonight, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, is Suze King from BL Companies, in case you have any questions about the plan itself. You may recall, and you'll see in Alan's memorandum, that this was a site that was before you on May 3rd of this year. We sought approval to construct a commercial building at this site. It's an assemblage of 3 parcels, about 1.5 acres in size. It was 146 Washington Avenue, 5 Monroe Street, and 8 Blakesley Avenue, as you may recall. When we came in May, we had 2 tenants lined up for each end of this building, about a 7,000 square foot building. One was Starbucks and one was Five Guys. We had identified the 2 interior stores, which are about 1,200 square feet or so, as being potentially retail. I'm not
I
sure.
lost you, Dennis.
Yeah, I see that. I'm not sure why.
It came up as somebody named Jim who tried to share his screen and then joined, not our Jim. I don't know what it is. Jim Barrios? Is there a Jim Barrios?
It's Jim Babaris.
Babaris? Well, that's what happened.
Do we get this back?
Why don't we give him a minute?
Yeah.
I'm assuming he's the traffic or
Traffic.
parking engineer for BL for the application.
Not that I'm aware of.
No?
This is Suze King. I can share my screen if he can get back on as far as the verbal.
We're back.
You want to try that, Suze?
Suze, why don't you
Okay,
go
yeah.
ahead and
I'm going to try to share mine. Can you,
No, don't see anything.
hold on, it's
There-
being a little bit weird. Hold on. I apologize. Let me try this again.
Hmm.
How about this time?
There we go.
Yes.
Okay, good.
You can
Got it
see the
now.
site plan, okay. All right,
So-
Dennis, I'll hand it back to you, but at least we have site plan up.
Thank you. Thank you, Susan. So again, we were before you on May 3rd of 2021. You approved this site plan that's before you. After the approval, again, the end cap to the north would be Starbucks. The end cap to the south would be Five Guys. And then there was those two smaller interior stores that Susan's pointing to you. We now have a new tenant who has indicated a level of interest. We're negotiating a lease, hopefully subject to your approval, for Jimmy John's Gourmet Sandwich Shop. So that use is different than the uses approved for parking determinations back in May. And after discussing it with Alan, rather than doing a revision, he thought best to submit a new site plan application, as we've done, with a parking study to show why we think the 74 spaces that have been provided under the approved site plan are sufficient for these three tenants and the now undisclosed retail tenant. And Suze has up the mixed-use parking generation plan. As you know better than I do, your regulations have a provision where you can look at ITE parking computations. And while your regulations on a simple math require 84 spaces, we have 74, and doing the calculation based upon actual use, time of use, type of use, drive-throughs, et cetera, it turns out that the calculation under ITE guidelines would require only 72 spaces. We have 74. So we're here to be allowed to modify the use of one of the middle stores from retail to Jimmy John's fast food gourmet sandwiches. You'll see the staff comments. Everything that Alan has written in his report, we're fine with in terms of recommended conditions of approval if you saw fit to take those steps. And we've also reviewed the report from your town engineer, and he indicates that he had no significant issues with the change. So this is just, it's a parking concern. That's why we're here. It's changing one of the interior tenants from retail to Jimmy John's Gourmet Sandwiches, which is, I've told Alan, I've shared with Alan, it's my daughter's favorite sandwich shop. So I'm under a little pressure here tonight.
Well,
But other than that, Mr. Chairman,
okay.
I think.
Yeah, your two parking spots short. Is that correct, Dennis?
No, actually, it would require 84 if you just did a simple calculation without a parking study. We have 74, so we would be 10 short under your minimum parking regulations. But again, your regulations do have that ability for the P&Z to look at a parking study to determine if the spaces provided are sufficient. And I think my biggest argument, Mr. Chairman, is the fact that Jimmy John's knows the other two users. They're comfortable. I mean, they do this all over the country. They're comfortable with the parking layout. I think the fact that Starbucks has a significant drive-through and the fact that, Jimmy John's is mostly takeout, I think primarily takeout, they're comfortable with the number of parking spaces. Hopefully you and your commission are too.
Okay, thank you, Dennis. Any members of the commission have any questions in respect to this? Brian?
No, Vern, I don't have any questions regarding this.
Okay. Teresa? Okay. Rich?
Is that fourth store going to remain empty, or is Jimmy John's taking that over too?
No, they're taking just the one right now, and that's what they want, 1,200 square feet. The other store is still without a tenant at this point.
All right.
All right, this is Teresa. So the other store is without a tenant, and where are we with parking right now? By our regulations, you're short 10 spots. Is that correct?
That's correct. It would require 84. The site plan you approved in May had 74.
Okay. Thank you.
Sure.
Okay. Jim?
Yeah, I've got several. So the 84, let's kind of go through it. How many, because I don't know which, I assume the coffee shop, you're saying you're going to give 19 spaces to Starbucks. Is that what that's saying?
The one, yeah, coffee shop with a drive-through under the ITE standards, Jim, they say it needs 19 spaces. The town requires 29 based upon the square footage. And I suspect the reason that ITE standards are a little different is because, because of the substantial capacity of the drive-through, which they don't count as parking spaces, but they take a load of cars as it goes through the site.
Yeah. I got to tell you that doesn't seem so. But let me just get it. So the fast food without drive-through, that's the Five Guys.
The one above it, the 2,400 square feet. That's fast casual restaurant. That's Five Guys.
Okay, so Five Guys, you're given 26 spaces.
Right. Well, again, we have 74. This shows that under the ITE guidelines, 72 are required.
No, I get that. I understand that it's compiled together. I get it. But we've got them set out by how much is required by each one. So the Five Guys is required to have 32, and you guys are giving it 26, right?
Yep.
Yeah. How many seats are inside? Because Five Guys it's a casual restaurant for sure, but it's a restaurant. How many seats are in Five Guys? Do we have any idea?
2,400 square feet. I knew it in May.
Yeah.
I'd be guessing. I don't want to mislead you.
Well, okay, kind of a problem. I don't get it. So the one that has the town requires 16 and you're ascribing, IT is ascribing 20 is the Jimmy John's or whatever the name of this new sub shop is.
Yep.
I don't understand kind of the flow of this whole thing, and I'm concerned. Starbucks is pretty darn popular. I think you're gonna have a lot of cars in that drive-through. One of the things that bothers me on the site plan, like Five Guys at some point is gonna have trucks delivering beef, right? Big trucks. Where are they gonna go? Where do they deliver?
I think Suze may know, but I believe that they can control the time of their delivery, which would be important on any site like this. They don't want to have deliveries during the period of time that they're open for business.
So you're saying no tractor trailers will go on this site? Can they commit to that? Because that's going to be vital, because otherwise nobody's going to be able to get around this thing.
I believe it's over.
I'm sorry.
All right, you need to identify yourself when you're speaking.
Sorry about that. Suze King, BL Company, civil engineer for the project.
Thank you.
My understanding is that it's off hours at night, and they would pull in here, they would load coming in through here, and they would leave.
The here that yours, this is Jim Giletti again, the here that you're saying is they would pull into that drive-through driveway at night?
They would be in the back drive aisle here.
Behind it, okay. Huh.
Yeah, and so, whether they'll, Starbucks will load and unload and come straight across here, more than likely they'll come here and they'll come through the drive-through here.
Suze, can you zoom in a little bit? Okay,
Sure.
maybe that's better.
And actually, let me go to the site plan that's a little bit clearer as well. Sorry about that. You guys don't stare at this every day? No? Okay. It's not as super clear. So what would happen is we have the trucks would come in and would park back here in the drive aisle, unload into the buildings, or unload here into the buildings here, and then would go straight out into Blakesley.
Well, this is Vern Carlson speaking. All deliveries are going to be through the back door, all from Monroe Street out to Blakesley Avenue. Is that correct?
Yes, this is, so, and they may come from Blakesley and Compass, but it's,
Well,
in this back drive aisle, yes.
Okay, this is Teresa Ranciato Vili. So are you saying that no trucks will be going around the front? And that all of these establishments will have doors at the back to accept loads, not in the front?
That's my understanding, correct, yes. They're supposed to be loaded from, they're supposed to be unloading and loading from the back, rather than going in through the customer front.
and deliveries are coming at off hours, is that correct? In the evening or early morning?
Right, off hours, so that they're not coming in through,
Peak time,
you know, as the employees are working, right?
Mhm. Does Starbucks ever close or they always stay open? Jim,
They close.
They
They do?
close.
Yeah, they're 24 hours.
This is Jim Gillette again. The difficulty is, and we see this, and people say that's what's going to happen. And I got to tell you, I've been at a lot of the other fast food places, and those trucks pull in during the day. You know, so whatever. I mean, if it's a nightmare, it's a nightmare. I guess it's on the plaza owner, but it concerns me. This is a very tight space. Let me go back to ask you one other question, Andy. The last time this was in front of us, they were rushing through this drive-through without us seeing your concerns being addressed. Can you tell me what those concerns were and if they are now addressed in your opinion?
Yes, Andy Bevilacqua. Mr. Gilletti. Yeah, my concerns were addressed before the commission acted last time around. We had revised drawings that showed the revised layout of that drive-through. They widened the drive-through, they softened some of the curves, and they've provided that escape from the drive-through, the bypass lane. So all of that was in the prior plan prior to it finally being acted on, I believe.
But it's not wrong. Oh, really?
All right, hey, this is Teresa Ranciato Vili. Whoever is on here and does not know how to mute their phone, can you figure it out, please?
Yeah, my recollection is they said they would do it all, but the reason I had an objection last time is we didn't see it. They were gonna put it to it, and then we would see it. But bottom line to it is, you're comfortable that this will work for the whole drive-through?
Yes.
So, and now let me go back to Dennis. So for the drive-through, cars come in both ways? They come in from Blakesley and from Monroe?
For the drive-through, yes, they can come in either way.
And just one last, how does that get controlled if they get to, the people are coming in from this side to this side? Is there a staggered, or what do they do? You know what I'm saying? If they're coming from Blakesley and they come from Monroe, and we've got a full, this thing, it looks like based on the drawing, it's 11 cars. Is that how many it holds?
I believe that's what.
That's how I counted anyway.
Well, again, you have a bypass entrance, but if one car was coming in from Monroe,
yeah,
and one car was coming in from Blakesley, and they
Yeah.
both wanted to take a turn into the drive-through lane,
yeah,
they would. The good news is they'd be able to see each other because the visibility is clear, and the car coming from Blakesley would have the right of way since it would have the right into the site.
the right, take a right into it. Otherwise, okay, fair enough. Very good.
This is Paul Wyman. They could also come in from Washington,
They could
Right.
come around.
and then make the turn.
That's correct.
So they could go in 3 different ways. And I think at our last meeting, we talked that Starbucks requirements are a minimum of 11. That's why they had to soften the curves and that type of thing. Andy Bevilacqua.
Yes, that's correct. They needed the 11 cars, and I pushed them to, flatten curves and widen it just to make it a little more accessible so vehicles can get in and out.
Okay, thank you.
Dennis, this is Brian Cummings. Did I understand that the 11 cars in the drive-through are not counted as parking spaces?
That's correct.
Thank you.
But getting back to the the deliveries will all be coming, Andy, and my understanding, from Monroe Street to Blakesley Avenue. All the deliveries will be going that flow and unloading through the back door. Am I as correct in that, or they're going to be from both directions? Well,
Who's that addressed to, Vern?
you, Andy.
To Andy?
To me,
Yeah, Andy, could you help me out on that?
that's what they had just presented, was the possibility of trucks coming in from either direction.
Okay, that is a possibility. I guess that's okay. I guess if there's nothing in the way, but that traffic is flowing both ways. I just thought it would be a one-way delivery. It would be kind of simple just to come in one direction. I suppose either way is all right.
Vern, there's nothing, this is Alan Frederickson, there's nothing in the package that indicates that it would be restricted in any way, as far as the proposal is concerned.
Mhm. Okay, and that works okay. All right.
Well, I don't know.
Anyone else have any questions in respect to this?
Well, whether it works okay or not is kind of what we're here for.
I guess we're kind of stuck with what we have if we're going to
Well,
approve it.
yeah, the question I have, you could say the trucks are going to come at this time, and I just don't know how you enforce it. And they could come in, as we just said, could come off of Washington Avenue and just drive in there, and they could come off of Blakesley, could come off of Monroe. It's just a very congested site. So
Sure, yeah.
where we have to say, is it okay not to have the full complement of spaces? I mean, believe it or not, I'm not that worried about the spaces. I'm just worried about the place where Starbucks is now. The pass through and the driving through is awful. And I sit out there a lot and almost see cars get hit. I'm very concerned the same thing will happen here.
I know you're there a lot, Jim, and I thought this site would be better since they have the drive-through.
Yeah.
The drive-through over there. I thought it would help the situation because there is a lot of come and go at Starbucks. Of course, you go there all the time, and I don't, but the situation is certainly tight over there. I thought we were short on spaces there as well when they went in there.
And they did show enough, and there probably are enough, but a lot of them are of no use because of some. Remember, there's a whole bunch of them on the far side of CVS. Nobody uses those.
No, nobody.
So
Either
everybody represents that. Okay, they're not going to. The people that work there aren't going to park up in front or by the building. And of course, after a couple of years, they always do. So, okay, I understand that. I just think it's very hard for traffic to pass through this development. I'm not opposed to the development. I just think it's going to be a mess, much as the other one was. But we got to decide if it's good enough. Everybody thinks it's good enough. That's fine.
I have a question.
Who is it?
It's Rod Williams.
Yes, Rod. How you doing?
Good. So I'm looking at what I see as table number 1, parking generation. It was shown at one point, when Suze was flipping through these. So I can't figure out if I'm just not doing my math right, but I add these both up and they don't add up to the numbers there. I'm getting 71 and 83. I don't know if we're missing something on the top or if the totals need to be reduced by 1, but maybe you can help me understand.
I commented on that as well, Rod.
Okay.
I get 71 required, and yeah, the numbers don't add up to the number at the bottom. It's an observation.
So this is Suze King, EL Companies. I can answer it that one, if that's okay. So what's happening here is the numbers are not whole. It's 6.27 or something. And so what happens is between the 4 numbers, it bumps it up 1. And so you're right that we should have either had shown to the 10th to show that to round up to the next whole number is what's happening. So if the 72 is required because you really need 71.65.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
I got 73.5 and 83.7 for whatever it's worth.
That explain it all right, Rod?
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, okay, I think so, yeah. Does to me. I was wondering about that after you said that. But, yeah, it's now just to make a decision, you know, if you think that the flow is gonna be okay, and they certainly, nothing can operate without, certainly without, product to sell. Well, they gotta get the delivery trucks in there somehow. And to put in, there's 2 stores that we gotta decide on, one at the moment, and God knows what the other one might bring. But we have to make a decision if in fact, there's enough to get this, Jimmy John in there, on the site plan now. Is there any other questions from any of the commissioners? Rod, you're okay? Paul, you're okay?
I'm okay.
How about staff?
Yeah, Vern, I have a silly question. But would Jimmy John's be taking the northerly or the southerly of the 2 interior spaces?
The one that's 1,200.
I don't know. I thought Dennis, you would know. I thought it was the one next to Five Guys.
It's the one that's 1,224 square feet. So the larger one, I think that's it right there. If we can blow them up.
I wasn't sure which one that was. I thought they're both the same.
No, they're off by about 100 square feet, Alan.
Okay.
Okay, well, that's it then.
All right, fair enough. All right.
Any other questions from the commission? Dennis, you have anything to add?
Thank you.
Say again?
I have nothing further, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Well, in that case, we thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. Teresa? Teresa?
Yes, Vern.
Yeah.
P21-20, I'm sorry, -19. Site plan application of John Zerlis, agent for Kirstein LLC applicant, Kirstein LLC owner, relative to 85 Saca Point Road, map 37, lot 126. Plan entitled Inland Wetlands and Planning and Zoning Applications for Warehouse 2 Development, 85 Saca Point Road, North Haven, Connecticut. Prepared by TPA Design Group, dated revised July 26, 2021. Scale 1 inch equals 20 feet, IL 80 and IG 80 zoning districts.
John?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, I certainly can.
Okay. I think the easiest way to do this, or before that, let me go clarifications. John Zerlis from TPA Design Group representing Kirsten on the application before you for a modification to the site plan at 85 Saca Point Road. A number of months ago, we received site plan, inland wetlands and site plan approvals for this site for the parking, delivery, and the proposed warehouse. Since that time, and the owner has now gotten a couple of tenants who need more turning area for their trucks. So our application before you is to expand the paved area of the site. I'm going to try, I don't know if anybody can see that.
Not right now, John, no.
Okay. I'm not that, kind of lost here with, let me see if I,
We have our plans if it.
okay, here it is. How about now?
No. Yeah.
You're getting there, John.
It's there.
There you go.
I'm getting there.
It's up now. Yep.
Okay. All right. As I stated, we're not doing any modifications to the building. It is all in the paved area. The light gray that you see is what was approved in our previous application. The dark gray is where we want to expand the asphalt for turning purposes into the rear of the building. It's one of the advantages to doing this, although we're increasing the amount of paved area, we're able to modify the grading, whereas before we had detention basins, which caused us to go into the wetlands buffer. But now we're going to curb the entire southerly site and put it into an underground system and meter the water going out toward the wetlands. That's essentially what our application is to do.
Hey, John, all those galleys, I saw the galleys in the yard over there. Is all that galley for surface water?
Yes, sir. And the roof.
Wow.
The entire site goes down, flows back that way.
And into those galleys. Boy, those are big galleys that you got there. A lot
Yeah,
of
I believe there's something like 72 galleries.
Whew. Yeah, I was looking at them. I was wondering I thought they were going to put apartments in there for all that.
No, we originally, when we first started looking at it, before our submission to the commission, we were going to be putting in Cultec units. However, Cultec is backed up on their production of their units, so we've had to swap out the plastic Cultec units and swap them with concrete units that were available right now, and that increased the size of the field a little bit, but it's what we had to do in order to control the runoff.
Yep. Yep. When you go to those galleys like that, it does take a lot of area, that's for sure.
Yes.
You went to wetlands with this, I'm sure?
Yes, we were there just last month, and we received a positive referral on that.
Okay. You just really, the galleys are going in anyways, but but you're just adding 2 doors or something in the back?
No, the doors were always proposed back there, but we found that they needed just some more turning area to get into them.
Oh, okay. So the doors were always in the plan.
That's correct.
You got to move back to get a bigger turning radius?
Yes.
Good enough. Okay. Anyone else have any questions from the commission?
Yeah, this is Teresa Ranciato VLH. So John, basically Inland Wetlands is happy with what you're proposing now.
Yes,
As far as the groundwater,
we had
increasing impervious.
Yes, we had some encroachment into the buffer area. I think about 400 to 500 square feet, but
Okay.
now we're entirely out of the buffer. So the commission was very pleased with that.
Okay, thank you.
All right, this is Paul Wyman. I have a question for Andy Bellavacqua. Andy, does this change in the impervious surface require any more drainage, or is that going to be plenty?
Yep, this is Andy Bevilacqua. Yes, it does increase the impervious. They've taken that into account in kind of infiltration system. So,
okay, good, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
John, this is Jim Giletti. I just go through with me. What is it that we're changing that we approved from before?
The increase in impervious area, which is the dark gray as shown on the plan.
So that dark gray is now paved. That's what that, and before it was not.
That's correct.
Okay.
And now we're adding in the galleries.
Those are the pink things that we're looking at on the.
That's correct.
Okay, so those galleries, and I don't understand what galleries are. Those are underneath the pavement.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so, and you're increasing this so the trucks can pull in and get into the warehouse. That's what it's about?
Yes.
Okay.
I believe that one of the tenants is going to be a landscaping operation. So they've got like pickup trucks or small trucks that, may have a trailer on them for their mowing equipment. And so we need that extra space for turning into the building.
Okay.
And just as an aside, that encompasses in our previous application, where the commission had us note on the plan that there was no outdoor storage allowed.
Right.
And so now we can get everybody into the, other than, so,
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
no problem.
John, this is Alan Frederickson. I have a question about that. I understand the note is there still that says there'd be no outdoor storage. I did not know it was a landscaper that was the potential tenant. Let's just make sure we're clear on our what we consider to be outdoor storage, but material storage, stone, mulch, brush, etc., we would consider to be outdoor storage.
Absolutely.
I see the note. I'm happy. I'm good, but just to make the comment.
Absolutely.
Okay.
We are, yeah, the tenant totally understands that as well as the owner.
Thank you.
Okay. Rich, do you have any questions?
No, that's good. As long as Wetlands was happy with them, that's fine by me.
Okay. Anyone else? I guess not. Staff, you're all set?
Yes.
Okay. John?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Andy Bevilacqua, just real quick. I attached the wetland comments that I had from last time, which have not been addressed. So I just like that to be, part of the planning and zoning as well. Comments that I had, I attached that to my comments for planning and zoning.
Okay, so if its approval will be certainly with your comments and town engineer.
Absolutely.
Okay, land use, I should say. Okay, thank you very much, John.
Okay, thank you.
Lisa?
Number 3, P21-20, site plan application of Chick-fil-A Inc. and Bombino LLC applicants. Bombino LLC owner relative to 560 Universal Drive North, map 21, lot 10. Plan entitled Proposed Chick-fil-A Drive-Through Improvements prepared by Bowler, dated 8/20/2021, scale 1 inch equals 20 feet, IL 80 zoning district.
Okay, thank you, Teresa. Okay, there's someone here for Chick-fil-A?
Good evening, Mr. Chairman. My name is Amy Suchins. I'm an attorney at Hurwitz, Sager, and Salzburg and Neff with offices in Milford, here representing Chick-fil-A. With me tonight is Joey Fonseca from Bowler Engineering, Tony DeSanza, who is our senior project manager, and Sarah Gaudiano, who is the operator of the store. Just by way of quick background for everybody's recollection, this restaurant was approved in late 2015. I think, as everybody knows, has been wildly successful and has experienced some challenges due to that success, and also some learning experiences through the pandemic that have been not only apparent with Chick-fil-A, but also in other changes in the restaurant industry that were a result of shift in consumer behavior. And I think, frankly, the pandemic has brought those to the forefront. So the application before you tonight is to make 3 changes to the site that was as it was approved in 2015. As Alan's memo noted, there have been routine exceedances of the existing drive-through capacity. Fortunately, because of the underutilization of the Cinemark lot during the pandemic, we've been able to utilize part of that lot for some of the capacity. But obviously, that's not long-term solution that everybody wants to see here. So the 3 things that we have proposed tonight, all designed to facilitate the improved customer service, which would also minimize the length of the drive-through queue and processing time, is number 1, obviously, to make these changes to accommodate a full dual lane drive-through. As you'll see on the plan, this would accommodate 42 vehicles of queuing, which we believe to be, more than what we need, but certainly adequate for the experience here. and then two other parts to the what I would call the managed operation of this site. Number one, the canopy on the northerly side of the building along the food pickup area. If you've all been through the drive-through, it's as you you make your order and then you go around to pick it up. We're proposing canopy on that side of the building. And then also the cash station kiosk, which is located in the drive-through area and is designed to help, again, manage this. As noted in Mr. Belacquava's staff report and his comments, this is a fully managed, actively managed drive-through system. At peak hours, we have employees who are in the drive-through lane. They're trained for, this service. They wear appropriate safety gear, and they're out there. They're accepting orders and taking payments through an iPad. And that cash station kiosk is designed to provide a space for them to locate while they're taking those orders, and particularly in the event of inclement weather. And then the other component to this is that they are also managing their employees who are managing the traffic flows in the drive-through. As you'll see, they're directing vehicles when it comes times to pick up the food and delivering the orders to those cars. Off-peak, this system would result in, frankly, just a full bypass lane if both lanes don't need to be used, as I said, at an off-peak hour. So that's the overview of the concept that we're going to propose. And with that, I'll turn it over to Joey, who's going to walk you through some of the actual physical changes to accomplish this system. And then I'll come back and we'll address a couple of the items in the staff comments.
Okay, Amy, thank you so much. Okay.
Hey, great. Good evening, everyone. My name is Joey Fonseca. I'm a project manager here with Bowler, and actively worked on this site back in 2015, and I've been working with the team to propose these changes to the drive-through operations. As Amy perfectly put it, a lot of these changes that we're proposing tonight is really to just increase the overall efficiency of the drive-through operation. And what we've learned from the years. So what Chick-fil-A has learned from the years, and certainly improvements from when the first model was designed for in like 2015 when this was approved versus now. And the key components here are having two full lanes from the beginning of the drive-through to the end. So is it possible to have the plans shared? I know they were being shared before, or should I share my screen? I'm not sure how the board wants to handle that.
If you can share yours, that would be preferable.
Okay, great. Nick, if you're on with Bowler, Nick Dewhurst with Bowler is also on the call today. Would you be able to share your screen? I'm remote currently, and I can do it. It just would be a little difficult.
Yeah, this is Nick with Bowler. I can definitely share my screen.
Thank you.
Very good.
Okay, great. If you could just switch over to the site. Yep, you got the site plan here. So we'll start with the drive-through entrance. And as it currently was permitted back in 2015, that entrance was a single lane entrance. I believe it was approximately 15 feet wide. We're proposing to expand that to 24 feet. Again, have a dual entrance there, just for graphic reasons, in order to kind of get a feel for what was there and what we're proposing. The sort of thicker dashed line sort of represents where the existing curb line is today. And then, as you can see, we've in sort of a thicker line type there, there is the curb that's being proposed to be cut back. So we're reducing that small end island there to allow for a 24-foot wide drive-through entrance. From here, as you enter the drive-through itself, that doesn't change. That's still a dual lane. As you get to the order boards, past the order, actually, while we're here, you can also see there's a small square with the keynote of 32. That is where the existing gas station kiosk is. I just wanted to highlight that on the plan for reference. So as you approach the order boards, it's a dual order board that hasn't changed. As you post ordering, as you make your way through the drive-through, this is where sort of the pinch point was under the prior design, and this is really what we're wanting to modify here, and that is under the previous design. After you order, you would sort of merge down to one lane, and then as you kind of rounded that corner, you would still have one lane, but you would have about an 8-foot, it varied in length or width, sorry, for a bypass lane, but it was basically a 12-foot lane and then an 8-foot bypass lane. And what we're proposing here tonight, as you can see again, with the thick dashed line sort of represents the existing curb line that's out there today. And then you can kind of see the widening of the drive-through under this view. So you can see how the drive-through sort of north of the building is widening to allow for a 24-foot, 24, is it 24? 25, sorry, 25, because you got the 2 feet along the building. Sorry about that. So you've got a 25-foot wide drive-through entrance there that would allow customers to be double stacked, allow for, as Amy was mentioning, allow for team members to be able to deliver the meals, which is an important part of this operation, and it's to efficiently order, be able to place the orders, take payments, and then process them quickly. So having the extra width there, having an area there where a team member can walk back and forth, deliver those meals, and then also have the cars spaced properly enough so that you're in a safe environment there, is sort of the primary focus here for this drive-through operations. So those are some of the highlights. Again, on here you can see the proposed canopy at the rear of the building, and again, really just to give the team members an area to deliver meals and be out of the elements if there is some sort of inclement weather there. And the parking along the rear, as you can see on this view as well, that hasn't changed. That's unconstructed at this point. That accounts for about 17 spaces, but that layout as far as this view goes hasn't changed. We're just pushing the drive-through along with the walkway just closer to those parking spaces. The overall parking plan, I believe that it's 73 that's required. We're still keeping 73. Part of the comments that we received from Andy's comment letter and staff review comments was there was one space near the drive-through entrance that appeared to be removed. That was the case. We actually added it back on. You can see it on this plan. We can scroll down to the drive-through entrance. We've added that space back. So again, there are still 12 parking spaces there today. There will be 12. We have approval here for these drive-through expansion, and the overall parking isn't impacted. Essentially, that's really just kind of a quick intro to what's being done here. So with that, I'll take it back to Amy for any additional items to add.
Yeah, wait a minute. Before I go back to Amy, I just have a couple of questions for you.
Sure.
And just show me with your pointer there where the bypass lane is and the parking lane that they're going to deliver the meals.
Nick, it might be. This is Joey Fonseca with Bowler. It might be easier to go to the demo plan to show where that prior bypass lane was, and then we can flip to this plan to show where the meal deliveries are going to happen or occur. So again, you can see where the bypass lane is. That striped area along the top of the drive-through on the opposite side of the. So if you're in the drive-through on the right side, that was what was considered the bypass lane, and that varied in width from I think 7 to 8 feet.
Does that exist when everything is taken up? When you have
so that is.
Go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead. Yeah, again, Joey Fonseca with Bowler. That is what exists today. There's an 8-foot bypass lane and just a 12-foot aisle for a meal delivery. So it's about 20 feet wide there today. Varies about 20 20-foot width there. So under the proposed condition, that would be 25 feet.
Yeah,
So you'd have a 12-foot, you'd have a 10-foot lane, a 3-foot island for team members, and a 10-foot lane for the outside lane.
Okay. On the other side of this, of your bypass lane there, going to the north of the building, it looks like some parking places there.
Correct.
What is that?
So those are parking spaces that are for Chick-fil-A's use. They're just not constructed yet. That's on the abutting, I believe it's the Panera parcel above north of this site. Those were permitted back in 2015. They just haven't been constructed. You can see the lease line is located sort of above those parking spaces. That thicker line that runs along the top of the space, correct, where the cursor is now. So those spaces are part of Chick-fil-A's development. They're not constructed, but they are included in the overall 73 that are required for this use.
Right. And just to clarify, as I understand the Panera application subsequent to us on the agenda, sort of very helpful timing, that's when those spaces will be constructed as part of the Panera construction.
It will be, Amy, it will be constructed.
That's yes. So when you see the Panera application after us tonight, that and this was what was envisioned in 2015 as well, that these spaces were shown in part of the overall approval, because everybody understood even back then that there were sort of additional development pads beyond the, the movie theater was being reconstructed. Chick-fil-A came in next, and the expectation was that the next block to the north, which turned out to be the Panera, would be developed, and those parking spaces would be constructed at that time. So when you see, not to foreshadow, but the application, and we've confirmed with, to make sure all of the numbers were consistent, everything, we've spoken with the engineers at BL, and those plans, those 17 spaces that are allocated to Chick-fil-A will be shown on the plan, and it's in front of you tonight. So it's on the plan that you have.
Yeah. The numbers right? Are the
correct?
The lot line right there?
That's correct.
Pardon me, Amy, this is Alan Frederickson. The Panera plan shows 16 spaces. Your plan indicates 17.
And actually, we will, again, at the risk of foreshadowing, we understood that was a potential issue. I've spoken with Suze King, and their updated plans reflect 17, which is consistent with the I'll call them the transactional documents between the sites, that should have 17. They actually have a few extra on their plans, but 17 are allocated to Chick-fil-A.
That's great. I just have one more issue. Joey added in the space on the eastern side of the parking lot south of the restaurant, and the problem with that is it reduces the island on the southern end of that to below 8 feet, which brings it out of conformity with the zoning regs. I don't believe you can just add the space in. I'm not that worried about the one particular space, but you're required by the regs to have the 8-foot wide island, which I think is going to take out that last space.
Alan, this is Teresa Ranciato-Vili, Vern Carlson, Chairman. So if that was the case, Alan, why wasn't that pointed out when that plan came in, as opposed to discussing it now at our meeting? If it didn't meet our requirements.
It's in my comments.
Right. So just to be clear, we got Alan's comments last week, made this revision in response to that comment, and are presenting it tonight to address the parking space comment. So this is the first opportunity that he's had since we received the comment to make that comment for us.
Oh, I'm sorry, Teresa, I understand. No, I didn't see the additional space added in. I just saw it's short on the spaces. Yeah, this is a new drawing for me tonight. I understand. I get it.
Well, no, but I'm not understanding. So is that island not in conformity? Does the island need to be changed and lose that space?
Yes, I'm just looking, Jim, but I don't see a dimension on it. But yeah, we can ask Joey Fonseca. But yeah, the island is less than 8 feet in width, yes.
So you're gonna lose a parking place, right? I think you're right, Jim.
Well, I mean, that's what he just said. So somehow it seems like that's got to change somehow. Not a big deal to me, but it looks like it's got to change.
Well, you'll change the fit, I guess.
So this is Jim Gilletti again. Let me understand something. Those spaces that you're saying that Panera is going to build, they're in the leasehold for you guys, but they build them for you to use. Am I understanding that correctly?
Yeah, so they're within the bounds of, and we're zooming in, they're within the bounds of the Chick-fil-A site. But
Right.
because of the construction sequencing, they were never built. They were basically deferred pending construction. And I know Panera had been initially approved and then pandemic delayed and everything else, but that's where they are.
Okay, so they will end up building your spaces, although I assume either anybody could use those spaces, right?
Right.
Right. Everybody, and I think, again, back to 2015, I think everybody's thought process, this will function as an overall site in order to be zoning compliant, because this is technically a separate parcel. We need to show the spaces, but functionally, yes. Okay,
fair enough. So explain to me, because I've been down there for the drive-through. I don't understand how this drive-through is now going to work. I see that it's wider, and I understand that. So now you start with 2 lanes. Does it remain 2 lanes? Can somebody take me through the 2 cars? Because you guys have done very well, and it's been very busy, and there's
absolutely. So now that you've seen the plan, I'm happy to walk you through as
go
if
down
you
to
are
the beginning and then pick me
so
up.
Nick, if you could just scroll down a little bit to the entrance. So obviously here you're going to have, what's happening right now is everybody's squeezing into 1 lane until it opens up into 2. So now you're going to have dual lanes for the whole length here. So you're going to pick a lane to get in. You're going to drive toward the restaurant building. Nick, if you could scroll up.
Go up a little bit. Yeah.
Yep. And then what you're going to get to is right now where it says in the middle of the plan, it says CONC Island. That's the general. So if you've been out there right now and it's called out the call box and menu boards, that's where the obviously the menu board is right now. And that's what you're going to think about.
For both lanes. There's one for both lanes.
Both lanes. And then also where we have the concrete pad called out that Joey pointed out, is number 32 being highlighted. That is where the cash station kiosk will be. So if you've been to the store during the pandemic, you may have had your order taken by somebody on an iPad.
Right.
And so what happens is that in order to help facilitate, you're now, because this is, as I said, a sort of an actively managed drive-through, you have the opportunity for not only the 2 vehicles at the menu board ordering, but you have an employee who's out there with an iPad. So you're getting more orders into the restaurant faster because you have, in essence, 2 or 4 or 6 cars all ordering at the same time, and therefore being able to expedite the ordering process. So then from—
Wait, just one second. So besides those 2 ordering boards, that concrete pad, there's somebody there that's taking orders too?
Exactly. That's basically the cash station for the people with the iPads. It has it's a little canopy, and it has, if there was somebody waiting out in the weather, it has a little canopy, and that's where that would be based.
But that's only on the inside island though, right? Or
that is only on the inside island, because what would happen is if you're on the outside lane, and this actually goes into some of the town engineer's comments that we got, and I'll walk through. Whoever is in the outside lane, the lane closest to Universal Drive, is obviously going to have an employee coming over to their driver window and taking the order and then going back. So what's going to happen is you're going to have, in essence, 2 order lanes parallel to, so you're going to place the orders, whether it's at the menu board or by the iPad, regardless of which lane you're in, you're going to have your order is going to be placed somewhere there. And then you're going to make the curve just like you do now, only if you think about it right now, what's currently on the site and is, as Joey said, the darker dashed line is where the existing pavement is. There's a little bit of a pinch point as you come around what is currently the patio, and there's some seating area there, where it gets a little narrow because the cars merge back into a single, as designed, back into a single lane. Right now, again, because of the COVID pandemic and some relaxation of the restaurant rules, there's functioning, again, 2 lanes, but it's tight. So what the idea is to expand the outer lane to accommodate not only the two lanes all the way through, but also an island, as as is shown in the middle, for the employees. So what's going to happen is, just like you did with the order placement, you're going to come around the curve, you're going to wait for your order, you're going to come up to where the existing window is. There's also a door on that side of the building. So if you are in the outside lane, as you placed an order, what's going to happen for food pickup is that someone's going to bring your order out to you, because obviously we're not going to ask one of our customers to pass the restaurant order through to their next door car. So that's, again, an actively managed location. So you're going to have an employee who you might pick it up at the window if you're on the inside lane, or you're going to have an employee who brings the order out to you from inside the building. And
wait 1 second. Yeah. So the man or woman who's bringing it from the restaurant will cross the first drive-through lane.
Correct.
Food over to the second drive-through lane.
Correct.
That's how it works.
And that's part of this. So that's part of the reason for the island, is to have that. And then, as you've also probably seen in the pandemic, and probably the important part in answering Mr. Bellaquava's question, was that there is also someone out there, basically at the equivalent of the end of the island, who is directing traffic. So there's somebody out there that if you're the outside lane and you picked up your food, or you're the inside lane and you picked up your food, orienting you go, and you play nice, and everybody gets out.
Till they finally get to that end, which is only, once again, 1 lane to get out.
1 lane to get out. And that's how the employee, again, is managing, making sure that the traffic, alternates and everybody is moving in a appropriate location. And again, this is why we think that, the idea that there isn't a true bypass lane, a separate lane, we can facilitate that because we have people who are out there managing the operations, obviously in multiple locations, that enable you to be able to, if there was, God forbid, an emergency or something like that, where somebody had to get out, you have somebody out there who's trained and already in the thing, you could flag somebody down and say, I need to get out. And there is enough space, as Joey said, that you can actually fit, if you needed to, you can shift cars over, direct people a little closer to the building, much like you would if you were on, the Merritt Parkway and there's an ambulance coming, everybody just sort of takes that little bit and there's enough space in the middle that you could, in fact, accommodate somebody coming around if they had to leave in an emergency. But we do think that the situation of, the queues are going to operate more successfully with this, but there is that sort of safety valve in the event that there was a, somebody who needed to get out.
So let me understand that. So if there's somebody that needed to get out, you're saying that your people on site could move the 2 lanes closer to the building to let somebody get to effectively be a 3rd lane to get around everybody.
Exactly. And that's exactly what Joey designed in the plan. It's 25 feet from building to edge of pavement. And so, again, as we've talked about this with all of the staff over the last couple of months about how to make this work, that was one of the things, is just making sure that there's sufficient pavement width, that if anybody needed to get around that, there is some space for, some shift.
And let me just ask the question of our professionals, Andy and Alan, your guys are good with this as the ability to handle the drive-through? The bypass, to make that to be the bypass that works for you guys?
Yeah, Andy Bevilacqua here. Yeah, I mean, it's just an unconventional operation for a drive-through, and that's
Right.
kind of the hard part. It really comes down to how well do you operate it out in the field,
Yeah.
So it's hard to follow the normal rules that we would have to have a dedicated bypass.
Right.
And I mean, it does make sense that you've got people out there and they're walking up and down the drive-through lanes. They're available to people if there was a problem,
Well, that's kind
And
of
that's
one
why-
of the things, though, is are we always going to have enough people out there to make sure that somebody can control this? Because effectively, if you're going to have two lanes, you have to have other people come out just to feed the outside lane, right?
Right, and so the expectation would be that it's managed, if there's an off-peak window, 9 o'clock in the morning, when the store reopens for breakfast, there's probably not going to be the kind of queues that you would experience at 2 o'clock on Saturday. So you would have, in an off-peak situation, you would basically have a traditional drive-through with people using what I call the inner lane, the lane closer to the building to place the order, pick up, et cetera. But anytime that this is, where we actually are going to need the extended queuing, it's going to be a managed system.
Okay.
Jim, this is Alan.
Yep.
I have some concerns about it, and it's more of a situation of being consistent with other drive-throughs in town. And I've been through the drive-through, from time to time, and I've marveled at its operational efficiency. I think it does work. I never had an emergency and had to bail out of the line. I'm a little uncomfortable if it is approved just as it is, and there's not at least some mention that it is a manned drive-through or some other term that we could arrive at for it that just would kind of differentiate it from someone coming into you 6 months from now and just saying, well, you didn't make Chick-fil-A do that. Why would I do that? And
so effectively, we should be probably saying that there has to be people out there manning this drive-through. I mean, because otherwise, if there aren't people out there, we don't have a true bypass.
Right. Vern, this is Brian Cummings. I've been hearing a lot of talk about increased efficiency, but we're putting human bodies outside amongst a lot of cars that are moving, they're moving slowly. Does anybody else have safety concerns about that?
It certainly has crossed your mind that, the more people you have out there and the more cars you have out there, the more opportunity you have for some sort of an accident. But also,
well, then that begs, is there a better way?
Is there a better way? I just going to ask Amy or somebody there, Joey, where do the cars park after they place their order and they make the turn and they get down alongside of where the proposed canopy is going to be? Where do the cars park there while they're waiting for their order? I know I'm looking at.
So I was going to say the second, Joe, if you want to go through that.
Sure. Again, Joey Fonseca with Bowler. So the screen that you're looking at here, there's a note there that says OH canopy, that's overhead canopy. That's essentially where the existing pickup window is today. Mm-hmm. So this is sort of your meal delivery zone. So as you round that corner, cars would come up to that window. There'd be team members out there. And again, as far as just getting back to Brian's comments, the team members are out there are trained for this. They're not just, employees that are just, out there saying, here's an iPad, go take orders. They're trained to do this. They're wearing safety vests. And this is just part of the overall operation. So they have bright vests on. Again, they are trained, and they're trained at different aspects of that, particular portion of the drive-thru that they're operating in. So as you make your order, as you make the turn towards the pickup window, there's going to be team members there that are either going to tell you to stop, or you're going to come directly on an off-peak time. You're going to go directly to that window. You're going to get your food, and you're going to exit the site. during a peak time, you're going to have team members out there that are going to be directing cars either to the window or, moving up one space, and you've got, 4 to 6 meals, going out there and getting delivered, 3 in the inside lane, 3 in the outside lane. And then you've got that team member that are facilitating the movements as you leave the drive-through. So there's that sort of meal delivery zone. There's team members there that are directing you to them and directing you where to stop and where to pull up. Sometimes they'll pull up past the drive-through window to be able to facilitate more orders to deliver them. But it's clear that where you're picking up your meals. You've got team members out there that are directing you and telling you where to go. And again, it's a low speed operation. You're sort of creeping along the drive-through.
Joey,
As I can,
Joey, this is another question. Brian Cummings again. And it maybe goes back, I wasn't around for the first application, but was the photometric drawing designed to have people outside in the dark throughout? Because I was down there one afternoon, I think it was last week, and I wasn't in the restaurant, but I think there were 6 people taking orders. There was a huge line, and God bless your success, it's wonderful. But there was a huge line, and I think there were 6 people out taking orders. And if that's happening at night, I don't know, I don't have a photometric drawing here, but is the lighting okay to do that at night? Because we're getting to that point at when the sun's going down earlier now. And I'm just thinking safety here.
Brian,
Yeah,
this is true. And all I can say is we have people running out of McDonald's and Burger King all the time to do deliveries. So, I'm just not sure if we're not going to apply it to those. I mean, we have it happening now in our town, so.
Well, that's not the same thing.
Teresa,
Hey, Vern.
I'll get a shot at it sooner or later.
So, Vern, this is Rich Wilson.
Yeah, go ahead, Rich.
So, in listening to all of this and all of those workers that are out there, maybe I've missed this, maybe it's been brought up before, but how much of a canopy covers this drive-through to protect the people that are working out there in the driveway? Today is perfect, but in inclement weather, they have so much to contend with, and then to be putting up with the weather and trying to control the traffic. Is there a canopy over this driveway at all? That's my question.
So there is definitely a canopy, and that's part of the proposal on the delivery side, and then on the cash station kiosk portion, that is covered. So if you've been out to the site during the pandemic, it's there. It's a sort of 6x6 or small kiosk, for lack of a better description. And it has it provides a space for employees to come back in during the, if there's inclement weather or anything else related to, weather related or anything else. We've been talking with your staff about the potential of a larger canopy. It presents some other issues that we're still dealing with, but that's certainly something that is in place on other more newly designed Chick-fil-A sites, and something that we are still exploring for this property.
This is Paul Wyman. Amy, I've seen them wearing these tents, like personal tents as well, to keep them out of the rain.
Yep.
And that's something that's new to, the first time I saw it was when I went by there. But those would keep them out of the inclement weather, but I don't know about the cold, but they could dress for that. But it's, in my opinion, very well run, very smooth the way it is, and they do a good job.
Yeah. And I mean, if there are other operational questions, Sarah is, frankly, there are a lot of people on the screen, but Sarah is the operator, is on the call. So if there were specific questions for her about, what else they're doing, I'm trying to find her on the.
I have a question, Amy, that may be best directed at Sarah. this widening of the lanes, and this is a good illustration right now of where the existing curb is and where the proposed curb is. So there's a lot more in terms of pavement and lane widening that is proposed. Is it anticipated that that lane widening, which would reduce that pinch point, to a consistent width, that will increase the speed at which you can get through this drive-through?
I'm sorry, sorry, there's a motorcycle that just went by, so I didn't hear the end of your question. I heard speed, but I didn't hear anything else.
Will the changes in the lane widths and moving the curbs out and removing the pinch point increase the speed at which your average customer would move through the drive-through? Do these proposals, and thereby would it reduce the queuing to approve these changes in terms of the curbing and the lane widths? Is that part of the proposal?
No, I don't think the speed that anybody's going to be going any faster, because you're obviously limited by stopped vehicles picking up their food. So, do I think that you might be, the faster queuing is accomplished by having two fully functional lanes where you can get, and frankly, it's really some of the ordering that makes a lot of the difference here. It's the processing of and being able to have the two lanes that provides the increased efficiency, not the actual speed of the vehicle itself. So we
Amy, sorry, not to interrupt. If I could just jump in, this is Joey Fonseca with Bull. I think what Alan is referencing is right now, as they're operating as two lanes, that pinch point really tightens the vehicles up pretty close. I went through there after our informal meeting with the board before, and I can see, Alan, I think that's what you're saying is right now it's pretty tight. With the proposal that we have in front of the board today, with widening that, removing that pinch point, allowing a 3-foot and a 2-foot lane, in between the cars, not only increases your distance between the vehicles, but it also gives a lane for a team member to be there to, again, assist in, facilitating cars and moving cars and getting them into the right positions here. So the way it is currently running as two lanes, there is definitely a pinch point. It's definitely slowing a little bit of the operation there as the cars do get close together. And I think all of this keeps cars far apart. It's a design width there that Chick-fil-A has seen that works in the field, and it's something that will just carry through the drive-through to make it just that much more operational friendly and safe for the team members to be out there.
Who's that talking right now? Who's that explaining that? Joey?
That was Joey.
Yep.
Yeah, Joey, just stay there. I just got a couple of questions for you. I'd like to address. When the cars are waiting, after they place their order from way back over by the queuing, over by the kiosk, after they make the turn and they get around and their order is not ready, where do they stop and park? To the extreme north of the site and wait there, or is there somewhere else? I know that McDonald's and Burger King have a much wider area, and they have a spot that they can pull off extremely out of the way. This seems like they're going to be almost cutting off a lane, and I'm not sure, but
sure. So I can answer that. So
yeah,
from my knowledge and what I've seen, and certainly from other sites. So what happens is if there is a really large order, and the operators can handle this differently, and I'm not sure how Sarah's handle it, but one is they can have them leave the drive-through lane and park in one of the stalls in front of the store, and then get the meals delivered to them. You've got a car full of kids at their soccer mats, and they're all ordering shakes, and it's going to be a long wait there. They can direct them to go to the front of the store and then deliver the meal. The other part of this, having the team members out there on site, they're now able to kind of either push that car forward enough in the drive-through lane to allow cars to queue up and deliver their meals, and then maybe if they need to exit out that other lane and get around them, there's options there. I think typically they would have, if it is a large order and they know it's going to delay meals being delivered behind that vehicle, they would traditionally get them to exit the drive-through lane, park in front of the store, or any space that's open, and then get them the meals.
That would take care of course, but it's a bit of a hike from there to the to the food delivery. But now one more point that I'd like to talk about is down at the pinch point there. How much room can you open that up? How much room do you have there you could really use to open that
So
up?
currently it's about, I believe that's about 15 feet that exists today. What we're proposing is a 24-foot width there.
Okay. And what do you have there today? 16? Is that what you said?
I believe there's about 15. Yeah, at the pinch.
24.
So 15, yeah, 14, 15 to 20. So another 10 feet.
No. That seems like it would help. Now, isn't in the end results there, is there going to be an escape lane there, an escape area someplace here before when you make that turn or not? Or is that something?
Well, no, and I think we've discussed that tonight, is with the team members being out there, being able to allow them to, push cars closer together in the event of an emergency, to be able to get a car to, again, essentially there's going to be 24 feet at that turn as you turn left towards the pickup window, but that lane then jumps to 25 feet, so there's another foot there. And again, if the team members there getting cars closer to the building, getting cars closer to each other, that will certainly open up a lane there to get someone out if there is an emergency. And again, this is just during a peak time. Off peak, that inside lane is the only lane that is open that will be getting meals delivered, and you'll have essentially a 12-foot bypass lane.
Well, I know what you're saying, Joe.
Yeah.
But I've been down looking at the site, and I guess you certainly do have off-peak time, but not too often. It's a pretty busy site, and that's why I was asking you about the cars hanging up in there. And I guess you can get them out of there. I guess so. It's working, so yeah, it'll work more efficiently once you do widen that up, I'm sure.
Well, this is Jim Giletti. Well, it's a double-edged sword. I mean, if I understand what you're saying, you're going to widen it up, but then have a continuous two lines, and you're going to have people come from inside the store to bring the food to the people in the outside lane that can't get it handed through the window, correct?
Right.
Correct.
So the way that you're proposing that you'll have an effective bypass is by your bodies, your people being out there, and if an emergency comes up, them going all over the cars and saying, move the heck over so somebody can get out and around, right?
Exactly.
Okay.
This is Sarah Godiano, the owner. I would love to.
I was going to say, let me have Sarah talk a little bit about the operational experience, because she's with the pandemic. She's obviously had a lot of experience. I think can talk through some of these issues with you.
So I'd just like to clarify what we call it.
Hold on. You need to state your full name, address.
560 Universal Drive, North Haven.
I'm sorry, I didn't get the name, and spell your last name.
Gaudiano, G-A-U-D as in dog, I-A-N-O.
Thank you.
So I just want to clarify what an outside person who is out in the meal delivery zone, which is outside the drive-through window, does. There is a door. However, when you go outside for a shift, I'm going to take today, for example, because I was working today, you are outside for a set number of hours outside as an expediter. You're not coming inside and outside. You're outside the entire time. When you're a traffic director, you're not coming inside and outside. Your shift is outside. You are directing the traffic. So that means I can tell you that from the time that we start going outside, let's say typically this is 11:30, through the entire rest of the day, there are multiple people outside. We never come inside. During the pandemic, for the past, let's say 440 days, we've been outside every single day with the exception of Sundays and Christmas and Thanksgiving. So there has never been a day when we're not outside. Folks aren't coming inside and outside, they are outside. So just during a mealtime, it's not like you're coming inside to get a meal and then walking back outside. Someone's handing you the meal through the drive-through window and you're handing it to the vehicle in the designated meal delivery zone.
So this is Jim Giletti. What that means is I don't understand something. I thought now there's going to be two continuous lanes, one up against the window and one that's not up against the window.
Correct.
Not up against the window, how are they going to get their food?
Not when you're running two lanes, there would never be someone physically driving their car to the window. A person, like currently, you actually stop about a car length from the window. So your space of moving back and forth, there is a car length from the window that you navigate in the meal delivery zone. So you're still carrying the food to the person in lane one, the closest lane, when you're running two lanes. They're not driving up to the window to get their food.
But somebody has to come from inside to outside. The food.
They're outside. They're positioned outside the entire shift.
How do they get the food?
Through the drive-through window, sir. They hand it to them.
But there's going to be an outside lane that's not up against the window, right?
Correct. They're
How
walking across.
How are they getting the food? The food's got to come from inside. How are they getting it if they're not up against the window? Am I missing something? There's
the person that's expediting the order to the second lane is getting the food from the drive-through window.
So the person outside physically goes up to the drive window, gets the food and brings it over to the second lane?
Yes.
Is that right? Sorry, you're shaking your head.
Yes.
That is right, Jim. Yes, you're right.
So the food's coming from inside, but a person doesn't go inside and walk back outside, but somebody outside is going to the window and walking over to the other lane. Is that right? Okay, I got it. So those outside people don't come inside, they just go to the window and bring the food over.
That's correct.
And Sarah, just to clarify for the commission members, that's a separate person than the traffic person.
Correct.
So getting back to, I get it, and God bless you if that works, super. Concern is that we got to make sure that there's an ability when those lanes are full, and like everybody here, when I've been there, everything's been full. Oh, it's good for you. Great for you. That means whenever you're going to use both lanes, I think we got to make it a requirement. Somebody has to be outside. You have people outside, but I think we're going to have because we have to make sure, like for anybody else who complains, hey, you didn't have a bypass for these other people. To effectively have a bypass, you have to have a traffic person that, because you're wide enough, that can move the traffic over. That's just my comment based on what I'm hearing today.
Correct. And just to be clear on the record, we would accept that's inherently part of our application. We would absolutely accept that as a condition of approval. And I, one of the comments was also in the town engineer's memo about what would happen if we went back to a traditional layout. I think that happens, like I said, potentially off peak, but practically speaking, aside from the fact that if we did go back to a traditional layout, that outer lane doesn't function because you can't get food or orders to those people. So either it's managed because we need to be able to access that second lane practically, or it's a traditional, and now you have a really, really big bypass lane.
Right. Amy, let me just ask you a question if I can. On a normal shift, which you call shift, how many people do you have outside taking orders at the kiosk or walking through? It seems as though they were walking everywhere and taking orders on the iPad.
Sarah, can you address that?
Sure. This is Sarah Godiano. I'm going to say a minimum of 4, a maximum of 7 or 8.
Okay. So, and then how many people do you have there directing traffic?
So you could have anywhere between 2 people up to 4 or 5 people doing meal delivery with a traffic director.
Okay, so all I'm trying to figure out is what would we have to say? You have to have a minimum of 2 people doing traffic out there to make this function. So you can't function with this way you're talking about laying out without having 2 people doing traffic. And it doesn't make any difference really how many people are taking orders, as long as the traffic keeps flowing. But we have to put a number on the traffic, on the people doing traffic, because that's the key to the whole thing. If the traffic isn't flowing, it just won't work.
I might argue, even if you had one person doing mail delivery and 4 order takers and there was a real issue, there's not much difference between one order taker putting down their iPad, running around the corner and helping direct traffic. That's not honestly unusual that would happen at a Chick-fil-A, that's how the course of action. So I would just put that comment out there. I mean, everyone's talking to each other. We're all connected. Hey, there's an issue over here. Bob, drop your iPad, run around the corner. We got to get this. I mean, we do broken vehicles. We've had cars on fire. We've dealt with it.
Yeah, I got that. But
yeah, those sorts of things.
We're going to have to put a number on this. If in fact we're going to approve this, we have to have a number on it.
This is Jim Gillette. I finally get what they're telling me. What they're telling me is, if they're going to use the outside lane, they got to have people outside because that's the only way they can get them food.
Right.
We can tell them that they have to have people, but they're telling us they're going to have people anyway, because otherwise they couldn't give them food. But Vern, I don't disagree with you. I think we should say if both lanes are going to be used, they've got to have some people out there for traffic. But what they're saying is no big deal because they have to anyway. Otherwise,
good enough. As long as we put a number on it, because if somebody else comes in, we have to have a number.
Yeah, I get it. But if they don't use the outside lane, then the outside lane
we don't need it.
Pass through. Right.
I would say that we have that it could be worded as that if we're operating a managed drive-through system, and I think that's a easy way to describe it, that we have a minimum of 1 traffic director, which is what Sarah is explaining, that they have somebody who's always a designated traffic director, and at least 1 other employee outside. I think practically speaking, as she just described, there's always going to be more because you have those people. But I think if you wanted some comfort, we're obviously always going to have the traffic director, and then 1 other employee is always going to be out there, whether it's for ordering or food delivery, whatever, plus that person.
Okay, that works for me.
Okay, maybe just one question. We spoke before about the people taking the orders, people in the kiosk, people delivering them across the traffic, and the people doing traffic. And you said these are trained people. Where do they get trained?
Sarah, do you want to talk to that?
Sure, they get trained in Chick-fil-A. Chick-fil-A has training procedures. I know Chick-fil-A is not as popular necessarily here in Connecticut, but this is done in every single freestanding Chick-fil-A around the country. Outside meal delivery is done in every single Chick-fil-A. So traffic directing is definitely akin to, okay, you're using your hand signals. Okay, you're making sure you're hand signaling each and every car. When you're order taking on the side. And like I said, there's designated areas that are designated as team member delivery stations where they're actually, and so you're training someone, this is where you're pulling up the car to, which is designated. And there's a sign there that says, this is where you stop for team member delivery.
Right. So, I completely understand. This is your business model. So I get it. Thank you.
Yeah.
Sarah, this is Brian Cummings. From the way you're describing this, this is going on at just more than this one Chick-fil-A here. I guess you're having people outside in different restaurants throughout the country.
Every single Chick-fil-A in Connecticut, and I think it's 96% of all Chick-fil-A, standalone Chick-fil-A's.
I didn't get the first part. 96% of them have outside managed drive-throughs?
Right, standalone, sorry. So a building that's not in a shopping mall or in a plaza, but what we call a freestanding restaurant, which is what my restaurant is, the freestanding restaurant. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Sarah.
Yep. Listen, I don't think anybody here is against what you're trying to do. We're just trying to figure out how we can approve this for you.
Right. No, and I think that's exactly it, is that we've have the benefit of, as I started, we have the benefit of, as Sarah just described, the the pandemic, but more importantly, Chick-fil-A's nationwide experience in running this type of system and facilitating and how it's been incorporated into, stores that are being approved for the first time now are feature this kind of development and drive-through layout. So it's certainly something that there's been a lot of thought to. It's not a situation like, if you had, I can remember growing up, my grandparents lived in North Haven. That McDonald's on Washington Avenue has been there since I was probably before I was born. It's not that type of situation. This is being designed specifically for that, for this model. So it's not a situation of somebody just kind of haphazardly running through a parking lot, or frankly, something like we've all seen with Uber delivery drivers or DoorDash or whoever picking up. This is really designed to be a, fully functional, fully designed model that has a great deal of experience and research behind it.
I believe every word you're saying. I really do. And I think it'll work, but Mr. Tuffy, with this particular drive-through, I don't really have any other questions. Does anyone on the commission have any other questions? Jim,
No, I completely understand it.
Lisa, I couldn't hear you. Are you okay?
No, I completely understand this.
Okay, good enough. Jim? Jim, you ready?
I gotta tell you, I get it. I understand the whole thing. I'm still a bit concerned along more what Brian was saying before. That's a lot of people standing outside when cars are moving, but I've seen it. They're moving kind of slow. So I don't know if our professionals or engineering professionals are saying they're okay with it. I guess I'd be okay with it.
This is Alan Frederickson. I have an additional question. I didn't know how far this conversation was going to go, but the island that I had indicated should be 8 feet wide. If you went due west from that island, there are cones under the normal operating procedures, I guess, with a drive-through that are set up that separate the parking lot from the drive-through queuing line. Okay, and it makes sense that there would be cones there because when you have 2 rows of queuing coming through there, heading east towards Universal Drive, you simply can't get out that way. Those cones are somewhat low. I don't know it. When I had gone through there to kind of look at the site, I'm wondering if they can get a taller cone or something that'd be a hair more visible to separate that parking lot from the drive-through queue line.
Well, I think practically speaking, once we accommodate this, with this design, we're going to be able to accommodate a larger queue of vehicles, so we may not need the cones. But certainly, if you're looking for a larger cone, when or if we need to block access because it's a particularly busy day or something like that, we can certainly look into that.
Well, it's just something to throw out to the commission if anyone else shared that particular concern.
Well, yeah, I mean, what are the inside the building open as of yet, or is it just drive-through only?
It is reopened. Not Sarah at breakfast yet, or no?
No breakfast, but we're open at 10:30. Mm-hmm.
Right.
Still do about 75% of our business is through the drive-through. Even before the pandemic, 65% of our business was through our drive-through.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Any other questions from anyone?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I just had a couple of things. And I don't necessarily have a problem with the operation of it. I can see how this could work. I had a couple of comments in my my review. One of which was a possible connection at the curve point. If you could scroll up on the drawing a little bit. Yeah, right up in the at the curve, right there. Yep. I mean, one thought that I had in order to free things up a little bit more and give a little more space, if it would be possible to run a connection between the two parking lots there. You see what 20-foot radius is on the outside of that curve. A simple driveway between the two parking lots would allow, yeah, that would allow cars to be able to escape if they needed to get out. And again, like I said, I don't necessarily have a problem with the operation and being able to move cars around. I'm not sure if that's something that's even possible from a lease perspective because of the situation that you're in. But that was just a thought that I had that might make things a little more flexible.
Right. So Joe, I was going to say, Joey will take over that, but I think one of the things that we looked at, from a legal perspective, it requires us to get permission and access, access easements, et cetera, with Panera. The other thing that it does is that the sidewalk out to Universal Drive is right in that area. So it also presents a little bit of a conflict with, breaking up that, the drive-through with the sidewalk. And then Joey, I think you said there were some grading issues there. So that's basically there were multiple reasons that we don't think it works. But we certainly understood and did explore it after you raised that comment.
Okay. I mean, that was the major thing. I wanted you guys to take a look at that and see how feasible it was. And then the other comment I had was in regards to extremely heavy days. And I've seen out there where you get even drive-through traffic coming out the entrance onto Universal Drive. And just one thought I had, and obviously one of the purposes of your proposal is to try to improve the efficiencies and reduce that stacking. But I mean, one thought I had is if you guys were to block off that more southerly entrance and direct traffic through increase that queue length, maybe in times when it's extremely busy. Obviously, we don't want vehicles queuing out onto Universal Drive. You don't even want vehicles really queuing out onto that entrance drive because that affects all the other traffic coming into the shopping center. So just another thought. I mean, you could easily throw up cones on that southerly drive during a busy time and redirect the traffic more northerly just to move, get more cars out of that entry drive. That's all.
And also on that, we had looked at that after your comment, and the concern would be, if doing that on a permanent basis, then creates some issues with the functionality of, we functionally lose some of these parking spaces along here because you're basically blocking access. And if there was something, there isn't, these are 24-foot widths. But certainly, on an as needed or temporary basis, the cones, as you've seen, can direct traffic. So I think it's something we could continue to explore, but we wouldn't want to do anything as far as closing that entrance permanently.
No, that makes sense. That makes sense. But just another thought that if you find yourself in a position where you're having a lot of problems with extra queuing, I think you might have other options to be able to route through the parking lot to try to knock that down. That's all.
Right.
And that was it. That was it for me.
I guess, yeah. I guess, do you have much traffic, Amy, go all the way back up to the theater, cross the southerly driveway, I should say, that goes in the back of the building? I saw some cones up there going back toward the theater when I drove.
Yeah, certainly during the, I think, sort of height of the pandemic when the dining room wasn't open, there was, Sarah had been using with Cinemark's consent, just to be clear, access and doing some stacking there to make sure it didn't create issues. But Joey, how many, I know we have 42 in the queue right now. Do you remember how much of an increase that is? Because I do think, I don't remember what the exact delta is, but it certainly does add, sufficient, what we think to be a sufficient amount of space.
Yeah, that's a lot for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah,
This is Joey Fonseca with Bowler. Yeah, I believe the original approval, I believe it was around 20 5 queue cars within that drive-through lane, because again, that accounted for just a single order lane past the order board. So it was somewhere around 25.
Right. So
24.
obviously we think with the substantial increase in the queue, going to 42 cars really does, we think should get everybody into that queue, or certainly onto the Chick-fil-A property, even if, you have the occasional exceedance. 42 cars is a very, I think, as you know, from other developments you've done in town, most towns you're designing queues for frankly, even the 25 that we originally showed is certainly on the higher end. So I think this is certainly designed to, be adequate for even our peak.
Well, you have so many avenues where you could direct traffic and feed them. You could, and with the people outside and directing traffic, you could, gosh, you could feed them from all directions and
Right.
get them into the line. Really, boy, it's extreme, but holy Moses, that's a lot of business, that's for sure. But in any event, I'm certainly satisfied with what we've been talking about, and I think I know where we're at. Is there anyone else has any more continuing questions? Jim, you got enough information? Jim? Teresa?
No, I am very good and completely understand it, Vern.
Okay, good enough. Brian?
Vern, I'm all set. Thank you.
Rich?
I'm good, Vern.
Paul?
I'm good, Vern. Thank you.
Okay. Ron?
No questions. Thanks, Vern.
Okay, good enough. I guess we got it all. Anything from staff? Staff, you're
We're
all
all set,
set?
Mr. Chairman.
No, nothing more.
Okay, good enough. Well, then I guess we have enough information to see how we can go along with this.
Do you want me to read the next one?
Yeah, well, sure. As soon as I get my pad up here, sure, please do. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone.
And thank you for all the information.
Thank
I
you all.
assume we're taking site plan and CAM at the same time?
Yes.
21-21. Site plan application of Panera LLC applicant, Cinemark USA Inc. owner, relative to 600 Universal Drive North, map 21, lot 12. Plan entitled Land Development Plans for Proposed Restaurant Development issued for site plan approval, 600 Universal Drive North, North Haven, Connecticut, prepared by BL Companies, dated August 9, 2021, scale 1 inch equals 20 feet, IL 80 zoning district. Number 6 is P21-21A, which is the CAM application of Panera LLC applicant, Cinemark USA Inc. owner, relative to 600 Universal Drive North, map 21, lot 12, plan entitled Land Development Plans for Proposed Restaurant Development, issued for site plan approval, 600 Universal Drive North, North Haven, Connecticut, prepared by BL Companies, dated August 9, 2021, scale 1 inch equals 20 feet, IL 80 zoning district.
Hey, is there someone here to speak to Panera? Anyone here for Panera Bread?
This is Suze King. Not sure if I'm the only one or not.
Is there anyone else? Are you handling the presentation?
All right, looks like it's me. All right.
Okay,
I'm going to share my screen if that's okay.
it's yours. It's all yours when you're ready.
All right. So, in an effort to kind of streamline, I know you guys have had a long patient night, so I'll get right to it. So I'm Suze King with BL Companies, and so Suze King with BL Companies and civil engineer on the project. So this site was previously reviewed. However, the size of the building slightly decreased, and as a result, the drive-through lane and then also the parking around it was somewhat modified in order to accommodate the smaller building footprint and the slightly different orientation. And to go back to the previous conversation, I apologize on this plan here. We did have a couple of issues with the parking, so I'll get to those in a second. And I did the quick markup so that we can walk through those and you can clearly understand what's going on there. Generally, we have, a couple of drive lanes here, parking coming in, connection to existing parking on this side. They have the drive-through lane here. We have, apologize for the background noise. We have 2 lanes with 2 ordering coming around here. And then, that they converge into one, go through the drive-through. And then we have a pull-off stall here in case there's, a longer order or whatnot. We have the building in the center here. We have a, patio with seating out front, and then just surrounded by parking. As far as the CAM application goes, it's within the boundary. However, it's not within any of the flood zones or anything. So not a whole lot going on there. To clarify, we got some comments from the town, and a couple of those are, one is a few of our islands are less than 8, so we just need to make sure that we go through and make sure that these are all 8 feet wide. Oh, actually, sorry, let me start with parking, and then I'm going to go to the 8-foot because it changes things slightly, Alan, from what we talked about earlier. So as far as the parking count goes, as previously discussed, there was a conversation with 17, and I apologize that there was a little miscommunication with the team, and we went to 16 and 3, but this is actually 17 and 2. So these 17 stalls here are, as discussed previously, part of the Chick-fil-A site, which is just to the south of us. Another item here is this stall. I'm not sure what happened here, that this should have been just like this row here, where there's one stall, that's off-site, and then we have 6 on our site. As we were going through, because I was just, making sure everything fit, I also realized that there was a stall over here that wasn't quite wide enough, so we lost a stall here. And then now coming to the comment of making sure that we have everything 8 feet wide, and especially this one here, similar to what you were just talking about with Chick-fil-A at the drive-through. In order to make this 8 foot wide, we need to make sure that we have our, our standard sidewalk coming around here. So what we're gonna have to do is we're gonna have to push things this way a little bit. And so that makes us lose a stall here as well, so that we can push into this area here. However, we do have a few extra. So previously, and I'm just going to apologize if not checking this properly, but we've clarified gone through with Alan that we do have a slightly smaller building. However, previously we were not counting the patio space outside either. So now we are including the building and the patio area, which requires, 59 stalls. And currently with those changes that I just mentioned, our final count is 67. So we're still well over, and, we're within there. And so if we need to, as we're making, I think maybe we may lose one more here, trying to make this island here 8 foot wide. But generally, we're over the parking count, and we for one project, we don't have an issue with parking there. A couple other comments that we received were that one quick, eagle eye was, and you're right, it is a 10-foot deep trash enclosure here. This lane is coming in and just clipping that, so we're going to tweak the angle of the bypass lane slightly so that we give the dumpster a little bit more room here, and we're going to label the dumpster to clarify that, as, this is not, the fence line is not impacting the drive-through lane here. And then, sorry, let me just double check here. Oh, here we go. You had another, oh, and then one of the comments was, so right now we have a little bit of a grade difference here. It's about a 1.5 foot or so. And so right now we're showing it as a concrete wall here. We're going to take a look at the grading. One of the suggestions was to have a wall here. And so we're going to see if we can tweak the grading to bring this down a little bit. And potentially between having a 8-inch curb possibly, and one of the things is adding a metal guardrail. So one conversation I did want to have tonight is if we were able to bring this elevation down slightly, if we could do a timber guardrail here, and make it, and with an 8-foot curb to protect the cars coming around, and then also protect the hotel parking on this side. Otherwise, the comments are to get our act together and fix our parking counts. Sorry about that. And then just making sure that we have the 8-foot wide landscaping islands, which, going through, we were able to make work. So I don't want to keep on talking. I think I'll stop there and see if you guys have any questions.
Any questions at this point from the commission?
No, I have no questions.
Okay, well, go ahead, please.
I think she said she didn't have any.
Yeah, I say, is that your presentation, your total presentation?
So I have some questions.
I think
Yeah,
I was going to stop there and then see what questions are, and then we can.
You have some questions now, Jim?
Yeah, just a couple. Orient me a little bit. So if we're looking at where the restaurant is, Chick-fil-A is immediately to the south, correct? Right there, that's where Chick-fil-A is. And to the north, that's where the hotel is going to be. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay.
Northwest, I think.
Well, whichever. But as we're looking, if we're looking at this map, right above where the restaurant is, that's where the hotel would be, right? Right where you're pointing now. That's what.
Yes, it is. Yes.
So, tell me what's the flow with cars? How do people get to your restaurant? I'm just curious. Where do they come in? Go ahead.
The main drive aisle here, part of the larger development. There's the main drive aisle here that you come in, and then most likely coming from this way, pulling in here, coming around here.
But when you say
leaving,
they're coming in off Universal Drive, the main entrance, like for the theater, and go to Chick-fil-A and take a right. Is that what you're saying?
Correct. Right. Correct.
Or vice.
However,
take a left.
Yes.
Well, it'd be
sorry, coming in here, taking a right in left into.
Yeah. Okay. And obviously we went through this with the other drive-through. This is, you're showing a double stacked drive-through with a relief lane on the other side, right? An escape lane or whatever we want to call it.
Yes.
Okay.
So similar to them, to your point that you guys all just discussed, is that, so this lane can escape. This lane is going to have to wait and is going to, have to help,
alternate.
Right.
Right. Okay. And I didn't, when Panera was in the other location, did it have a drive-through? Is that routine for Panera? I just don't know. I didn't go to Panera very often. Do other people know? Did the other one have a drive-through?
Paul Wyman, it did not. No.
It didn't, right? Okay.
Most of them at this point are having drive-throughs.
They do have a drive-through? Okay. Yeah, that's it. I mean, it's pretty straightforward to me. I'm good. Thank you.
Yeah. pretty much so. Anyone else have any questions at this time?
Yeah, I got a question, Vern, Rod Williams. I just want to make sure I understand. The cars that are in the outside lane, are they going to be integrating in and then sort of like joining to get next to the window? Is that the way it's going to work?
Yep. So it'll be order here, order in this lane, order in that lane, order in this lane, order in that lane. So as they pull forward, it'll go this car, that car, this in, come together. They found that, especially, this is a newer way of doing this. They found that a lot of people order ahead as well, and they're able to facilitate going through faster with the double order, and having them come in here.
Okay, I guess it just works, right? Like there's no people fighting to get in front of the other. It's an orderly process.
No, obviously sometimes there may be a backup here, but typically how it works is, as this person's ordering here, this person just ordered and is moving slightly forward. So then once this person's done, they're waiting to move slightly forward, and then this one pulls up and is waiting to their order. So they're taking an order at one at a time typically, and they're going back and forth. Yes.
Rod, the McDonald's Avenue's had this for a while. They've got two of them, and that you just alternate as you go up to the window.
Yeah, I got you. I forgot about that. Thanks.
No fights have broken out when I got my Big Macs. Not yet.
Yeah, it works okay.
All right, thank you.
Surprised when we have some courteous people. Okay. Anyone else got questions at this point?
Bernie, I have one question for Suze. You show 15 cars in the drive-through. Is that typical for the Paneras that have drive-throughs, and does it work out well with that amount?
So that's the number that we were required to show as far as working with Panera in order to show a drive-through layout. And so that's the number that they've typically work with as far as their operations go.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Okay, anyone else? Paul?
No, Vern, I'm all set. Thank you.
Good. Rich?
I'm all set there, Vern.
Okay, well, okay, so you want to continue with your presentation?
I think they're done, Vern, right?
Are you done?
Well, I was just going to say one of the things, typically a lot of it is site. I have the elevations as well. Usually you guys like to see those. It's a Panera. And so, the typical Panera that you see, main door, there's patio out front, glass front window, drive through on the side here, entrance from the side. So we have the main building here, and actually it's glass and one door. I think the elevation might show two. Sorry.
Well.
Oh no, I just show one door. Okay, sorry. I had to pull the wrong one up there for a second. So glass window front, door on the side. The other two elevations along the back. This is the service door in the back here, and then as you're driving up through the drive-through here, this is the drive-through window that you would see, and then just some windows for, light coming through. As if you've been to Panera, they've a lot of they typically have a lot of windows for light coming in and trying to make it airy for people sitting there the whole time. This one, so we kind of quickly went over the CAM. This one, I think that's, typically as far as, grading and stormwater, we should probably mention that one as well. So this is part of, apologize for skipping over this before, this is stormwater is usually big. This is part of a larger master plan for stormwater. And so when we submitted the stormwater report, the big items that what we needed to do when we made this revision is making sure that we are not increasing, tried to not increasing impervious area. And so overall, there's less impervious area. there's the drainage area is slightly changed, and there's, so the site is split into two systems, one here and one here, but as it reaches the available storage, we are within what was previously designed. So there's no change here, but as far as stormwater goes, it's just a closed system on site that connects to a larger master planned infiltration, stormwater basins. With our landscaping, typical street trees with some small mulch around here, some landscaping out front and with the main entrance here, and then just some trees to smaller shrubs in order to kind of tie in with the building, and then open grass. And then as we update and we fix our 8-foot wide areas, we'll make sure to adjust these as well. One of the comments was that all trees should be 2-inch caliber, and so right now we are showing that. So we'll make sure that stays there. There are a couple of notes as far as stormwater and bonds that we'll add to the plans. Lighting plan is usually another one. Typical parking. I believe these are the 20 feet ones, 20-foot ones. As far as a typical commercial parking lot goes. Oops, I don't know if that was me or not. Covering our site, but not landing an airplane.
It looks pretty good what you got there. You have a little extra room on the site, which is sort of unusual to say, but you're well presented. You got the drive, you got the stacking, you got it all.
Right. I mean,
it does.
Right. It's usually we're fighting to get those last stalls in, and this one we were able to, comfortably put it in. So it worked out nicely, and I think, it works well with the neighboring developments as well. Making sure that there's enough, space for people to actually enjoy the area.
Is all across easements done? You all set on across easements? I don't. No.
Sorry, say that again?
Do you have any cross easements with your neighboring people, or you're so close to, one lot separates the other? I guess, Alan, we'll have that taken care of, I guess. Alan?
Yeah, it's leasing language, I believe.
Yep.
Yes, I think those cross easements were a part of the requirement for the subdivision way back when. I think they're in place.
Just want to make sure, that's all. I have no questions for you in any event. Does anybody on the commission have any questions? Jim, you have any further?
No, I'm good.
Good. Teresa?
No.
Good. Brian?
I'm good, Vern, thanks.
Rich?
Yeah, I'm all set, Vern.
Paul?
I'm all set, Vern.
Rod?
I'm all set too, Vern, thanks.
Okay, very good. Okay, thank you so much. Nice presentation.
All right, thank you very much.
Yep, thank you. Okay. We can.
Vern, how are we handling this going forward? Are we going right into deliberation? Are we doing other? Are we going to go?
Yeah, we're going to do other right now, Teresa. Don't you think?
Okay.
We'll do the other.
All right.
It's just 37 Pond Hill Road. We're going to do other. 37 Pond Hill Road. Is there someone here for that?
Well, hello, Vern. My name is John Parisi. Live at 25 Tokenique Drive in North Haven. And I'm here this evening on behalf of the Mr. and Mrs. Preet, who had a subdivision approved. Let's see, it was back in 2000 and let me just get the approval letter. 2006 or 2007. 2006, November 2006. And they also had a special permit approved that let them put in a rear lot. And somewhere along the line, I don't know if it was the commission or the land use administrator or the town attorney thought that there was some requirement to bring the water up Clintonville Road and down Pond Hill Road. But I went through the approvals, P07-08 and P-07S8 or whatever the thing was for this, whatever the delineation was for the special permit. So I emailed the commission's attorney, Jen Capola, and said, I'm not quite sure what I'm asking for because I had initially requested that you vacate the requirement to bring the water along Pond Hill Road. But there's nothing in the in either approval that suggests that, nor is there anything on the official subdivision map that signed and filed in the town clerk's office that indicates any requirement regarding bringing the water to Pond Hill Road. And Jennifer suggested that I take a look at the minutes, which I attempted to do Friday. And unfortunately, Ms. Henson was, I think, the only one in the office, and she wasn't sure she was going to be able to find minutes for me from 2006, suggested I call this week, which I did this morning. And I saw that I got a voice message from the land use office, but it was after I had left the office for the day. So bottom line, I never got to look at any minutes. And even if I did, I don't know that it would make a difference because it's not in the approvals. So I'm
if
a
I
bit,
can,
a bit embarrassed to say I'm not sure exactly what I'm asking for, but Alan's about to explain it to me, right?
well, yes, I guess at least one component of it. Yes, there was a condition of approval to bring in the new water service. It's condition 1H in the approval letter. It's something that was mentioned in my comments as well, which are in that file. And no, the water line is not shown on the subdivision plat, which it would not be. It is shown on the site development plan, which is the set of 3 plans that are also signed and sealed. So the subdivision plat doesn't show utilities, so it's not on there, but the stamped signed set of plans clearly show the extension of the water line per the condition of approval, and it shows it in Pond Hill Road, which was the desire of the commission. So yes, it was a requirement. Yes, they acquiesced, I'll say, to that requirement, and they did properly show it in accordance with the commission's wishes on their final drawings, which are stamped and signed and in our records.
I was really glad you were kind enough to have your assistants bring that file out for me, and I did not see the laterals. You don't by any chance have that file with you, do you?
I have it right in the other room. I do.
I mean, it's possible I missed it.
Again, there's 3 drawings that are together in a set. The subdivision plat or the Mylar is one thing, and it shows the property lines. And that plat has been filed, as you say, and you indicate the filing number with the town clerk. So that document is filed and it's there. But what doesn't get filed with the clerk is the set of plans that accompany it. There are 3 drawings there, and they show that in its proper location, as I say, which was the location that was desired by the commission, which is in Pond Hill Road, and it's shown. I don't think that having that, and when you're able to see the file, we pulled the file for you a while back, but when you look at it, I think you'll clearly see that that it's in there, it doesn't really change the request as it's written.
Well, I don't know.
Yeah, this
I'd like to see that.
Let me say this. I mean, I remember this very clearly, very vividly. It was a major bone of contention. We had hearings about it. We talked about it, and it wasn't lightly that there's a reference about bringing the water up. Mr. Preet didn't want to do that, and I understood his feelings. But our commission was very firm that that's what should happen, as I recall, in order to get the extra lot, if I remember the way the whole thing went. So it would not be something me as I believe I was on the board when that happened, would just lightly say, okay, oh, never mind, just so that we're all on the same page.
I would like to see exactly, since he's telling me that nothing's there. I don't know. I mean, Jim, I know that what you're saying is absolutely factual. But I would like to see the plan and print or whatever else. And I guess we can do that. And, it's been so long. I don't even know, probably 8 years or more since this was approved.
And I guess what I am saying is, like, I'm not sure how we proceed. Like, we have an approved site plan, but it entails as a condition to come in and bring the water. If you don't want to do that, wouldn't you have to make an application for a new, I don't know. What would be the process other than just ask us to drop that condition? Is that what we're trying to do here?
Well, having waited as long as we have, I think maybe the thing to do is let's take a look at what those plans say. I mean, I have no reason to doubt what Alan is saying, but I haven't seen it.
Yeah.
So perhaps we defer it to next month. And, one of the things that my clients had asked was, well, we got the extra lot because they wanted us to bring the water up Pond Hill Road. What if we eliminate that condition and eliminate one of the lots, which, they're not happy about eliminating the lot, but the cost benefit of doing that made sense for them. And I would say that I was not involved
John?
back in 2006. I'm sorry, Vern.
That's right. I'm just asking, are you asking to continue this to next month? That we can have a chance to take a look at this? You can, and I can, and everybody else can.
Well, it's been kicking around since 2006. I don't think it's going to hurt to wait another month. We've been trying to do this for a while now, but we got to find out what we're doing. So, yeah.
But I think you're right. I think we should take a look at it and don't act hastily, because Jim is absolutely right.
I mean, if we're going to look at it, I'd like to see the plans. I would like to see the plans again. They should be in our package and then come in. And if you're saying we could do it as other, I don't care. But I want to. It was a very serious issue. That wasn't something we did lightly, and let's all review it, and John come in and make whatever argument you want to make. That's the way I see it.
Vern, this is Brian Cummings. I'd like to say a couple of things. First of all, I agree with Jim. We'll get the plans, take a look, and see what's going on. I was not on the commission then. I'd like to see that. And also, elimination of the lot. How do we eliminate the lot, and what kind of wordage do we have provided to us before next month's meeting on how that lot will be eliminated?
Well, I don't think you're going to do that, but if we continue to next month, it'll give us an opportunity to take a look to see what we do have to do. If there's nothing there, I think is another story. But we should find something. Then John would know exactly what he would have to do to get this done. I mean, you'd have to bring in another site plan or something to change it. You can't just take one lot off and say we're going to approve half of the application, or 2/3 of the application, I should say. But hey, listen, whatever you want to do. I think for next month, be all right with me for the moment.
Well, then I guess I would ask the commission to continue this matter until the, is it October meeting?
Okay. That would be good, John. Jim, is that good? You satisfied with that?
Yeah, no, that's fine. Do we need a motion or we just do it when we do?
I think, why don't you just make a motion right now?
Okay, I'll make a motion. We move the 37 Pond Hill Road discussion under other until next month.
Good. Can I have a motion? Can I have a second?
Vern Brian,
second.
I'll second that.
Okay. All
Who
in favor?
second?
Jennifer, would you call the roll, please? No. Alan,
Who seconded it?
who seconded?
Alan, Brian here, I thought I did, but.
Brian and Teresa at the same
Good.
Go
time.
ahead, Brian.
All right, good enough. Thank you.
Jennifer,
Rich Wilson,
Aye.
Jim Gilletti,
Aye.
Teresa Ranciano Vili,
Aye.
Brian Cummings,
Aye.
Vern Carlson.
aye.
You.
Okay, thank you very much, folks. Okay, John, thank you, and we'll be talking to you, or, somewhere along the line, I guess.
See you next month. Thank you.
Good, thanks so much. Okay, that takes care of that. And we're on to, this is 165 Washington Avenue. There's some sort of well, I'm going to explain it. Is there someone here for the trees, the oak trees on Washington Avenue from the Town Fair Tire? Nobody.
I asked them to be here, of course. I don't know if they've faded at this hour or not. Not sure.
Well,
if you want to hear from them, that's fine. I don't know how clear the document was that they provided, that we passed along. They've got 2 trees that are diseased and are dropping large branches. They're concerned for the safety of the people who are on site and for their building, and they'd like to take them down.
This is Teresa. I would prefer to hear from the applicant.
Fair enough.
Well, I'm only one person, but I would prefer to hear from them.
You want to hear from Town Fair?
Yes.
And let me just mention something, because Alan, you just said the trees are dying. According to what this letter says, is due to the compromise of the root systems, most likely during construction of the building. So this says that the people who put this building up killed the trees, and now they want to take them down. And I assume our site plan said there's supposed to be trees there. So are they proposing they're going to take these trees down and put up like-sized trees again? So I think we got to hear from this applicant, because we're on the plan, right? Am I wrong?
Well, listen, that was a big deal, Jim.
They were on the plan, and I think you're right, and that's why I asked them to be here.
Okay, well, they got to be here, and I get it if they got to take them down because it's going to kill somebody, but they got to come in with a plan, just like we did on Middletown Avenue, of how you're going to fix what you broke.
Right, right. That's why I want to hear from them.
Good enough. Would you make a motion to table this? Teresa?
There's
I'll make a motion to take. Do we need a motion? But it's other, but I'll make a motion to table this till next month.
Sure. Jim?
Yeah, that's fine. This is Jim Gilletti. I'll second that.
Okay. Jennifer? Jen?
Yeah, Vern, I can do that. Okay.
Rich Wilson,
Aye.
Jim Gilletti,
Aye.
Teresa Ranciano Vili,
Aye.
Brian Cummings,
Aye.
and Vern Carlson.
Aye.
Thank you.
Okay, next one. Thank you very much. Okay, we have 60 United Drive. This is about buses, Aces buses. I don't know what this is about. Is there someone here for that?
Yes, I'm here, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, go ahead, sir.
Good evening to you and members of the commission. My name is Brendan Sharkey. I'm the attorney for Area Cooperative Educational Services, or ACES. And with me tonight are Adam Burkett and Gary Hale, who are responsible for this installation. Essentially, what we're here for tonight is to get the commission's approval for a minor site plan modification to the existing facility at 60 United Drive that ACES currently operates. I'll share my screen if that's helpful. As you probably know, ACES has a fleet of buses and vehicles that they use to transport students throughout the region. That location is at 60 United Drive. What happened earlier this year, to ACES credit, as well as the folks who are putting this together, ACES received a grant from the State Department of Energy and Environmental Protection to acquire an all-electric full-size school bus and replace, and in acquiring that, they're eliminating a diesel bus that they currently have in their fleet. The purpose of this grant is to encourage cleaner air, as you can imagine, and encourage the adoption of electric vehicles. And this grant provides a substantial matching amount to not only acquire a new EV school bus, but also pay for a significant portion of the charging infrastructure that is needed to actually charge the bus on location. So when we approached the town about this for a permit, they recommended that we come before the commission just to get your approval of this modification to the existing site plan, really just for the area where the charger will be located. And that's what you're seeing here in front of you. To orient you a little bit, let's see. So this is United Drive out on this side of the building. Sorry, here on this side of the building, on the lower side. The charger would be located on a cement slab in the back of the existing garage space that's on site, and that's indicated as on the map where my hand is. And then the actual school bus will be located adjacent to it, and that will be permanently parked there. What you can see from this drawing also, this existing site plan, is what the existing traffic pattern is on site for the other buses and vehicles located at this particular location. So as you can see, neither the charging station nor the bus location on site will in any way be impacting the flow of traffic on site. So staff felt it was important for you to review this and approve this installation of the charger on site, which would involve this slight modification to the site plan. And I'll just close by saying we're very excited about this because this will be, apparently will be the first full-size electric school bus in operation in the state of Connecticut. The bus has already been procured. It's in Connecticut, will be delivered to ACES later this week. And we're ready to go with this. And we hope that before the end of the month, we'll have a ribbon cutting ceremony with state officials and local officials to celebrate this, because this is really the beginning of a new age for school bus transportation, both for North Haven as well as for the state of Connecticut. So we're really excited about this project. But here to answer any other questions you may have.
How long is it, you're going to charge the buses there? How long does it take to charge one bus, and how many buses can be charged at the same time?
Great question. This particular charger will be charging one bus at a time. This is a fast charger. which will be able to charge when it's fully charged, fully operational. We'll be able to charge in, correct me, Adam, but I believe it's in less than 4 hours for a full charge. Is that
correct? 2 hours at full.
Two hours. Thank you, Adam. The reason I'm saying at fully operational is because currently the available power to the site would not support the fastest charging possible. But in a subsequent application, what we're going to be doing on the site is installing solar panels on the roof of the main building here. And with that, working with UI, we'll be upgrading the transformer on site so that actually to accommodate the solar will enable the charging of the bus using solar power. But that'll be a larger transformer, which will enable the charger to charge more quickly as a result.
It said it takes 4 hours to charge it. Is that?
2 hours, as Adam just corrected me. It's about 2 hours.
2 hours. Okay, 2 hours. Is that from a totally dead battery or worn right out, or?
Yeah, that is a fully exhausted battery charging to full capacity.
So is it if you pulled up half a tank, you could fill up in an hour?
Yes, that's absolutely the case. What ACES ultimately would like to do is start converting their overall fleet, particularly their diesel fleet. This is a diesel bus that's being replaced with an electric bus. And they'd like to do that with all of their remaining diesel buses. But in addition, a lot of their transports are sort of those medium size, sort of like rental car shuttle buses that they use to shuttle students. Those are gasoline powered. And so a later phase of this project will be to actually enable EV charging for their other smaller transport buses as well. So this will be, when it's fully completed, this will eventually be a fully electric fleet powered by solar power with batteries supporting it and enabling it to be running basically 24/7.
Okay, maybe I missed it, but ACES got a lot of vehicles. So if you were all electric, how would you, and they all came in and needed to charge, how would you do it?
Well, yeah, that's down the road, but yeah, if the other vehicles, the many vehicles that they've got on site that you see out on the roads, were all EV, which would take a while for the fleet to roll over enough that this would take a few years before we get to that point. The plan would be to put in, frankly, solar canopies all around the outside of where you currently see parking spaces, and with multiple charging locations throughout this site. But that's way down the road. For now, the 3 or 4 diesel vehicles that they operate, including the one that we're acquiring now as part of this grant, would be able to charge, if it's 2 hours a piece, they could charge overnight very easily by using the charger and the existing power that we have there.
Okay, by me. Certainly sounds great. Any questions, Teresa? Jim?
Paul Wyman, I have a question. Are these lithium batteries in the bus?
They are, yeah.
Okay, and you said before when you're completely empty, it'll charge. Isn't it down to 20%?
Yes, I was trying to generalize it for for ease of conversation, but yes, typically they don't fully discharge.
All right. Okay. Thank you.
Hey, Brendan, it's Teresa. How are you?
Hey, Teresa, how are you? Good to see you.
Hey, good. No, I just wanted to ask, so eventually, like you said, the fleet, they want to move the whole fleet. So at some point, would you need to put in more charging stations? Will we be seeing you more? Okay, that's just a question. There's room. All right, thanks.
Yes. Yeah.
Hi, it's Rod Williams. I have a question. Is it anticipated that the bus can do its whole day's work on one charge?
Yes, yeah. The distance that the bus can actually operate is based on miles driven. And we were able to demonstrate to the state that the EV bus would cover particular routes that the existing diesel bus already provides. And that charge will cover a full day's round of operations that the diesel is currently doing.
Great. Okay.
Well, that's interesting for sure. Any other questions? Rod?
No, thanks.
No? Okay. Brian, you all set?
I'm all set. It's a great idea. It's super clean. It works.
Rich?
No, I think this is the way of the future, so we ought to take advantage of it. Yep.
Jim?
I got nothing.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, if I could just reiterate that we'll be back to you with the next phases of each of this project as.
Okay. So you want to get an approval to put this in, and then you're going to bring that site plan to how you're going to do it, I presume.
We'll be back. We'll be back again.
Okay, good enough. Teresa? That's good. Very good. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Teresa, would you make a motion to approve this?
Or do you just want to do all the deliberations at one time?
I was gonna do these and get these out of the way. But we've got one left in this and that's it.
Yeah.
No, you got
I'll
other
make a
stuff.
motion. I will make a motion to approve the ACES school EV bus charger.
Could I have a second?
I'll second that, Vern. This is Rich Wilson.
Rich Wilson,
Yes, I.
Jim Gilletti. Jim,
Aye.
thank you. Teresa Ranciato Vili,
Aye.
Brian Cummings,
Aye.
and Vern Carlson.
Yeah, yes, aye.
Okay.
Okay, very good. Okay, now that gets us on Jennifer, you want to have a talk here at the end of the meeting about this overview?
Yes, I'll keep it very brief and it can wait, definitely wait until the end. You have a lot of business left to do. Go ahead.
Very good. All right, so we're going to back up and go into deliberation on everything now, or?
No, I would think we'd want to hear the changes of use.
Right, Vern, why don't we do bonds and change of use?
Okay, we'll do that then. Continue right along. We'll do the bond. What do you have for bonds there, Andy?
Yeah, so the first one, again, Andy Bevilacqua, the 825 Thompson Street, PO 625. There's really been no further movement on that. Honestly, I have not pushed the issue. I need to set a meeting up out in the field, but none of that has happened at this point. And I got to be perfectly honest, my schedule has just been absolutely insane with all the drainage issues and rain and problems that we had. So I just haven't had a lot of time to focus on these.
It doesn't matter. Let them reach out to you.
No, you're right. You're right. Yeah, but I did say that I would reach out, so I can still do that.
That's fine. No problem.
Yeah.
Okay.
Next one.
The Washington Avenue.
Yep. That. Okay. So the next one is 441447 Washington. That is that two building residential apartment that we had approved. This bond is for the prior modifications to the site plan that had been approved by the commission. That work never got done. And now obviously that the buildings have been demolished, the site's been, cleared, that work can't happen at this point. So this is the release of the prior bond for work that was never done.
Okay,
So Andy, we have a bond for the work that's being proposed, correct?
Correct,
Separate from
correct.
this.
So this kind of replaces that, yeah.
So we have something already placed. This is just give the original owner his money back.
Correct, yep. Because there's no reason for us to hold it anymore because
I
there's
got it. No, that
nothing we're
makes
holding
sense.
on. Yeah.
All right, I'll make a motion. We return that bond to the owner on 44147.
Vern, this is Brian Cummings. I'll second that motion.
okay. Jennifer,
Rich Wilson,
Aye.
Jim Gilletti,
Aye.
Teresa Ranciano Vili,
Aye.
Brian Cummings,
Aye.
and Vern Carlson.
aye, aye,
Thank you.
okay, thank you.
Okay, and then the last thing I had on that is a 15 Cottontail, which we added at the beginning of the meeting.
Just added that on.
Yeah, exactly.
What is
So the situation there is they're just about done with the road construction. They got 2 houses up at this point, and they just put their final course of asphalt down last week. They still have some pavement striping. They have signage to do. They have to provide us with an app. But really, the situation is the developer has come to us and basically said that their bond renewal is coming up in October. And since they had the vast majority of the work done, they were looking to potentially have a reduction in the bond. Now, I've already cautioned them that the commission doesn't like to reduce bonds, particularly for projects that are this close, but given the situation, they're going to be faced with a bill of, I'm not sure what it's going to be to renew the full bond in October. And all they were looking for is potentially some relief to get a reduction in the bond. As I said, the majority of the work is done, but we just don't have a lot of the nuts and bolts that have to be wrapped up on this thing.
What is the bond, Andy?
The total bond is, I think it's 125.
Sorry,
Somebody.
I thought it was 206, Andy.
Is it?
Pam?
This is Sanam Salati, yours. I'm
was
with
just gonna-
BlackRock Homes regarding this bond. It's 206,500
206,
for
okay.
this particular bond.
So as I've said, the vast majority of the work is done. I mean, technically, but I know the way the commission feels about doing, releases or partial releases. And I just figured the best thing to do is just bring it up in front of you guys and give us an opportunity to discuss it and, decide how we want to proceed.
Oh, we got most of the. 50%. I know you're on these bonds, Jim.
Are you talking to me?
Yes.
Okay, so yeah, I always have gun shy because anytime that we've been in situations where we haven't had enough. So I'm very reluctant to release bonds and until everything is really done. I don't want to be completely unreasonable. If we had to do everything that needs to be done, had to go hire people to go do everything that still needs to be done, how much would you want to have with some buffer? Still 100,000? What, 50,000?
For myself, you mean? To cover what's remaining?
If they go belly, and I'm not casting aspersions on this applicant, I don't know them, but if they just said, okay, I'm not doing anything else, and we go do it.
I mean, the remaining work, I asked them to provide me with a letter. The remaining work that they've estimated is about $5,000. That's for line striping, 4 driveway aprons and the signage. We still have the as-built that's got to be provided. We still have testing on the sanitary sewer that's got to be provided. So I mean, I would say I would be comfortable with $50,000 if we held that.
That was what I was thinking too. Everybody else thinks. I think.
And then that covers the amount of work that remains and gives them an incentive to finish the rest of it up. And I think that's a fair way to go.
What's everybody else think?
I'm good with that, Jim. And why don't we try making a motion, Jim?
Yeah, I just wanted to hear if anybody else thought.
Does anybody else have anything to say about this?
Sounds good to me, Vern.
That's good, Vern. Thanks.
Okay, yeah. So I'll make a motion. We reduce the bond to $50,000.
And a motion, can I get a second?
This is Rich. I'll second it, Vern.
Okay, have a motion, a second. Jennifer?
Rich Wilson,
Aye.
Jim Gilletti,
Aye.
Teresa Ranciano Vili,
Aye.
Brian Cummings,
Aye.
and Vern Carlson.
Aye.
Thank you.
Okay.
May I just say thank you to everybody for your time and for your flexibility. It means a lot, so thank you.
Okay, that's good.
This is Adrian Burgos, and thank you very much as well.
Jennifer,
Yes, sir.
did I get a motion on the bond for Washington Avenue?
Yes,
Yes,
Yeah.
sir.
I did?
Yes,
Okay,
sir.
motion by Jim, second by Brian.
all right, good. That's, I
Only
just,
Thompson Street, you have no action.
all right, so Thompson Street we didn't do.
And you-
Now we go to, want to do a change of use?
Yeah, that'd be great.
1899 Hartford Turnpike.
And if I see Mark McKinley of Forks and Fingers is ready, but I just want to clarify, the change of use was already approved to go from a retail establishment to a catering establishment. And the reason Mark McKinley is back is to address the issue of the 2 trucks that are essential to his business that he wants to be able to store there overnight. Okay, go ahead, Mark.
Hi, Mr. Commissioner. This is Mark McKinley, owner operator of 1899 Hartford Turnpike. Everybody hear me?
Okay, go ahead, Mark.
So I have 2 vehicles that I use daily, and I was told they were looked at as storage. I didn't understand it, and so I'm just going through the process to try to figure it out. I don't have a. That's where I keep them. I mean, I have several places I can keep them on that property, but they are the way I run my business. Everything I do is off premise, so I'm not open to the public, and they're refrigerated trucks, and I run refrigerated food all over the states.
Is this something that you're going to store in the backyard? I know we talked about backyard, front yard. Are you going to store these in back of the building?
Right now, they're stored in the back. I have one on the side. On Fridays, they're in front, and I'm loading them. They're out on the weekends. They come back on Mondays. They're getting unloaded. But overnight, they're in the back 6 days a week. The only day they're not in the back is garbage pickup. And although they can get to the dumpsters by my truck, I just don't want the garbage trucks hitting my trucks.
Okay, so they are going to be stored in the backyard. Don't you cook on top floor and
I cook on the top floor. The bottom floor is where my warehouse is, and that's the main heavy equipment that's going in my truck. Then they get pulled up top, we load the food, and we're out of there.
Okay. Well, I guess, but you're going to store them in the backyard, not the front yard.
Yeah, the backyard's fine. I don't have a problem with that.
I mean, that's where I saw you had them, but I presume that's where you want.
Yeah, I have them. I would like, I mean, they're nice looking trucks. To keep a truck out front, I've gotten already booked 3. I strictly only do weddings. I've gotten 3 weddings in North Haven just being there 4 months from people reading my name on the truck. So, they do bring me business. That's why they're logoed. I would like to not be restricted from the front. I don't have a problem putting them in the back, but, they're,
You want the outside storage in the front yard?
What's that?
And you're going to keep them night and day?
No, they're out most of the day. So, but I can put them in the back. I mean, if that's a stipulation, I don't have a problem with that. No.
What do you think about it?
Well, wasn't there, this is Jim Gilletti, wasn't there an issue about some boat being stored out there or some illegal outside?
No.
Yeah, I think
Jim,
that.
that's a different site. That's across the street.
No, it's the same
No,
site.
it's there.
And,
It is the same site?
It's the same site. It's been removed.
It's a tenant in the building that was storing some recreational vehicles back there, but all that stuff has been moved.
Okay. No,
I
so
think that's what started
Confused
this.
as to where this is.
okay, so that problem's gone. Is that true, Alan? That's true.
The boat's gone. there's a couple of things that are left in the back. There's a couple of coolers that do not belong to Forks and Fingers.
So how do we get, well, I don't care who they belong. The boat didn't belong to Forks and Fingers either, right? Yeah.
Correct. Yeah, correct.
So I don't want to approve any other outdoor storage without cleaning up the old outdoor storage. No?
But
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. And both Blight and the CEO have been pressuring. They did get the removal of the boat and they got the removal of some of the other, what I'll call debris. I went and looked today. There's just a couple of odds and ends left out there. So
Okay, but that doesn't make me feel any better as to how those other odds and ends are going to get out of there.
I understand what
That was our reservation in the first place. I don't have a problem with him. He's got a catering business. I don't care if he puts those 2 trucks down there, but I want that other stuff out of there. How are we going to get it out of there? Yeah, that's not a good, I get it, but it's not a great.
Yeah, I don't.
Right? Isn't that's why we didn't approve it last time. We want this other stuff removed. Mr. McKinley, I know it's not your problem, but I don't want to go approve other, for me, I don't want to approve other outdoor storage.
it's been a problem since I've been there. I have a messy neighbor. I don't know what to do. I've cleaned it up myself and I tried to lead by example. I can't.
What neighbor is that?
Who's the neighbor?
Mark, who is the neighbor?
Gagliardi's.
It is Gagliardi.
The restaurant?
Yeah.
Correct.
Don't they they don't own the building?
No, they were in a mortgage sale for the building. That's why I had a problem with the septic there because I didn't really have a landlord at the time. So I had to deal with it. But that deal has fallen through since. And I'm actually.
Oh, I don't mean to cut you off. I apologize.
So who is the landlord?
Who owns the building? Yeah, exactly.
The landlord is Joe Navarro. He owns Napoli Pizza in Milford and owns Bert's Deli in Milford and owns some property.
I've got an owner, Joe Verna.
Joe
Is
Verna.
that-
I'm so sorry. Joe
Yeah,
Verna.
okay.
Correct.
Yep.
Joe
So
Verna?
isn't he the one that has to put some pressure on Gagliardi to clean it up so that we can, I mean, that's where I'm coming from.
Yes, he did. He's been down there. He's yelled at him. He's done everything. I guess he's had problems with him. I don't know. I think because they were in this deal, but now this deal has fallen through.
But is Gagliardi there to stay?
He's there to stay because now I'm looking to buy that building. So it's just looked over his lease. So he's there for a while and he's doing well. So
He's doing well and we still can't get him to clean the backyard.
Well, exactly.
It's ridiculous.
It is ridiculous.
I agree.
Then let's put some pressure on this guy. Yeah.
Well,
Is it-
Vern, that's a discussion we should be having about our zoning enforcement. But anyway, I can't say that I would like to increase. I'd like to get it cleaned up before we add outdoor storage as well. Maybe we can hear from the owner of the building next time.
Yeah, we can't hurt.
We can ask him to come.
Mark here at all.
okay. Yeah, no, I'm sorry. I was just here for my trucks. I had no idea we were going to talk about him.
Okay, but I mean, can we continue this to next month and we'll address this?
Yeah, see if you can get the owner to come. We want to, or get it cleaned up by the next month. And then my guess is we'll approve your trucks.
I personally can't clean it up and I haven't been able to budge this guy. It's going to have to become in a fine or a law or something that's going to make this guy move. I'm telling you, it's not going to happen until somebody puts some pressure on him. He's just dirty.
Okay. Then,
I don't know what to do. I don't own the building.
well,
I get it.
there's a legal process that they can go through. And we have town attorney right here, so we can talk about that later.
No, I hate for it to affect me because I'm super clean, but I'm okay waiting till next month. I will ask the owner to come.
That'd be a good idea. That'd be a good idea.
Please do.
You say the owner, you mean the building owner, is that correct?
Yes, that's who we want to hear from, the owner.
The landlord.
He's the only one that can do anything. So, yeah.
Okay. Would you like to go to next month, Mark?
Yes, I'll go to next month.
Okay. We continue this to next month?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mark. Okay. Is there someone here for 8 Divine Street, which is a change of use. Alan?
There should be. I spoke with the tenant earlier, and he represented to me that the owner had been contacted and was intending to be here at the meeting tonight. I don't know if someone's intending to join us or trying to get in. Is it possible to just take a quick vote while we're waiting on the continuation of the last matter under change of use?
I'll make a motion to continue that to next month,
I'll second.
8D99.
I'll second Teresa's motion. This is Brian.
Okay.
Rich Wilson,
Aye.
Jim Gilletti,
Aye.
Teresa Ranciano Vili,
Aye.
Brian Cummings,
Aye.
and Vern Carlson.
Aye.
Thank you.
Okay.
Who am I looking for, Alan? Who's supposed to be here on 8 Divine Street? We've got 98 people on currently. Do
Yes.
we have a name? I didn't look at the.
I don't know who would come in from the owner. The owner had been Castle Development. I don't know if we see anyone from there.
Okay, it's getting late. We need to move on. I'll make a motion
Yeah.
to move the
This
change of
is
use
only
to next
other. They
month.
don't have an application, so let's move along.
This is Brian. I'll second Jim's motion to continue to next month on 8 Divine Street.
Okay. You seconded, Brian?
Vern Brian, I seconded.
Okay.
Rich Wilson. Richard,
Aye.
Jim Gilletti,
Aye.
Teresa Ranciano Vili,
Aye.
Brian Cummings,
Aye.
and Vern Carlson.
Aye. Okay, thank you all. Okay, so we can get back up to the top here, I guess. And it's all taken care of.
24, Mr. Chair.
Small talk. Okay, back up to the 824. Do I need to go into a deliberation mode, Jennifer?
All right, so Vern, this is Teresa. I have a quick question. So we're gonna take everything else before we take Ridge Road?
Yes, I was going to get it out of the way, then we take Ridge Road and then Jennifer. Is that okay with you?
Just curious.
Say again?
No, I was just curious. I assumed we would have
Oh,
taken
well.
that first.
I mean, if you want to do some other way, it's okay with me.
It's not up to me, no?
We're gonna get to all of them, though. We're gonna get to all of them. So let's move on.
Okay, Jim, why don't you talk about the 824? I know you're concerned
You're
about
not gonna get, yeah, why doesn't somebody else make a motion to approve it? Because I'm not going to.
Okay, okay. Can I get a motion to do a blessing on a positive referral on the 824?
Vern, this is Brian Cummings. I'll make it.
21/22.
Vern, this is Brian Cummings. I'll make a motion to approve the
Positive
24 referral, P21-22.
Okay. I got a motion.
Brian, just to be clear, you're making a motion for a positive referral of the 824.
That is correct, Jim. Thank you.
Okay, can I have a second?
I'll second that. This is Rich.
Okay, Rich, thank you. Teresa, Jennifer?
Rich Wilson,
Hey, wait, just discussion. That's the reason I didn't do it. There's not enough information for me. But I'm just one guy, so now you can take a.
anybody else wish to comment?
No.
Rich Wilson,
Aye.
Jim Gilletti,
I'm opposed.
Teresa Ranciano Vili,
Opposed.
Brian Cummings,
Aye.
and Vern Carlson.
Aye.
3-2, the motion carries.
Okay. Okay, next is is a P21-19. This is 85 Saca Point Road. It is.
18.
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman, I think we're going to 26 Washington
I
Avenue.
skipped one, I'm sorry.
Yes.
Just give me a moment to get a little bit of water. Good Lord. 1 second, folks. Oh, my goodness.
Does somebody want to give Vern my seltzer?
Thank you. You got a bottle there, Jim?
I do, yeah.
I got it. Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, we are P21-18, 144 Washington Avenue. Okay, this is where we had the discussion about Jimmy John's to an approval for Jimmy John's to go into that plaza. And about the delivery, and is there enough room, and will it work? And I'd be willing to hear from anybody who'd like to talk about it.
Can we just hold off a second because Mrs. Ranciato Vili stepped away and I think.
Okay, sure. We can. Oh, boy. John's. Did you ever hear of Jimmy John's before this, Jen?
Yeah, they're around.
I never heard of them, to be honest with you. Never heard of them. Although I never heard of Jersey Mike's either until they showed up. I heard.
I guess we're back, Vern.
Okay, Teresa's back. Okay, well, we'll take it up there. We're talking about 144 Washington Avenue and Jimmy John, talking about getting Jimmy John's. Is it safe to put them in there? And the deliveries and whatever.
So if we're going to discuss it before there's a motion, I have a hard time being convinced there's enough parking on this in this lot. I mean, I heard the 84 versus 72, and that's a lot of stuff in one place. The other side to it is I don't want to stop them from developing. I think that it's going to be a nightmare. Is it a nightmare enough to say no? Probably not. But I'm seriously concerned that this thing is going to be where Starbucks is now is jammed. People almost hit one another all the time. I think we're going to be running it all over again. But it's Washington Avenue. It's a busy place. God bless them if they can do it. So I'm like.
Well, Jim, there's no question about what you're looking at. I'm looking at the same thing, and it's a congested area, and it's going to be a little bit tight there. But at least we get a drive-through on a coffee shop there, because they don't have one over there. So everybody is parking and going in. At least on this site, they'll be able to go through the drive-through, get their coffee, and leave to take a little pressure off the parking. I think it's just as tight over there as it is here.
We'll see if it's better or not. I
That's
guess.
my feeling on it.
That's fine.
Yep. Next.
Hey, Vern,
Yes.
can we make that request that their deliveries are done, I don't know, after, we'll say 6 o'clock at night, or not during business hour, busy hours?
We certainly can. We can do that.
I mean, even if they don't follow it at 100%, I think it will help control some of the traffic.
Mhm. It'll help the deliveries in any event, if in fact they do deliver at off hours.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the problem. I mean, when somebody's coming and they're going to deliver the meat patties or whatever the heck they deliver, and the truck driver shows up and it's 2:00 in the afternoon, he's not going to wait till 9:00. So they're going to be there. I think it's Rich. Honestly, I think it's a good idea. I don't know how to exactly phrase it. That
Well, how would you enforce that?
well,
We can't.
Can't, but you can put it in there.
Yeah.
I don't think you can enforce it. I think you could just make the request that.
Well, yeah, except that they're not going to want, whatever. I still, okay.
I have a
I hear what
question.
you're saying, Teresa.
I have a question as to what time that would be that we would
Well, yeah, we
want.
can get into
want
that.
I have a question as to what you would define as a delivery truck.
Yeah.
Trailer, a panel truck. What are you talking about? It's just hard. I don't.
I don't-
Right.
You can ask for this, but how can you,
Well,
look at Amazon is delivering with a drone, for God's sakes.
Yeah.
Well, they could fly right over and drop a little thing on the roof, I suppose, and you certainly can't stop that. But in any event,
All right.
I'm willing to listen to anything you got to say.
Well, that was a thought that I had.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah,
Brian?
I'm with you. I just don't. I'm with you, but I agree. I don't see a lot of point to it, to be honest with you.
All right.
Brian, what's your thoughts?
My thoughts are too, what Jim said is parking is kind of iffy, but for me, the drive-through kind of clears that up, and I don't know if it makes it better, but it sure helps. So that's how I feel there. As far as delivery hours, again, I don't know if we can enforce them. If we want to write it down, that might be something just to keep the trucks
Well, we'll ask them about it, but
coming in, but they're going to get deliveries when they need the product and when the driver shows up.
I think so too.
So that's my feelings. Thanks.
Teresa?
No, Vern, I have no questions about this. I mean, I agree that it's going to be crowded, but I think if people find it too crowded, they're going to go somewhere else.
Okay, good enough. Okay, can I have my motion to approve?
I'll make a motion to approve.
Okay,
Vern, I'll second Teresa's motion to approve P21-18.
Jen?
Rich Wilson,
Aye.
Jim Gilletti,
A reluctant aye.
Teresa. Let the record know that. Teresa Ranciato Vili,
Aye.
Brian Cummings,
Aye.
and Vern Carlson.
Aye.
Okay, motion carries 5-0.
Okay.
Thank you all.
And this is
So
Teresa
that will be
Ranciato.
with just staff comments and nothing additional.
Everything is staff comment.
Right, everything that's-
All right.
Everything.
This is
standard
Teresa
cost.
Byrne. I will say this, and I've been in this situation on the other side.
Okay.
We have over 100 people who have been patiently waiting for our deliberation. So, I mean, I just think we should go to Ridge Road first.
We only have 3 more.
Okay.
Well, I think this will go quick. We got P21-19, 85 Sacker Point Road.
So 85 Second Point Road, this is Jim Gilletti. I'll make a motion to approve it. This is pretty straightforward. All they want to do is make it so trucks can get into the lot, increase some impervious surface, but they took care of the drainage. So I'll make a motion, we approve it.
Absolutely correct. Jim, can I get a second, please?
This is Rich Wilson. I'll second that.
Okay.
Rich Wilson,
Aye.
Jim Gilletti,
Aye.
Teresa Ranciato Vili,
Aye.
Brian Cummings,
Aye.
and Vern Carlson.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0. Thank you.
Okay, one more that we have to do here, might take a little time, is Chick-fil-A, 21-20. This is something we need to really look at a little bit. We have the kiosk, we have the canopy, and we have the traffic flow. So Jim, you were in on this. Well,
I was in on it, but either.
but we'll just start off a little bit.
Yeah, but and to me, it's either they explained it, I get it. I'm not thoroughly comfortable with it, but we have an engineer who tells us he sees it that it can work for the emergency thing. I'm worried about people being out there, but they're already out there. And they've been out there for a long time. So they're trying to address our concerns. It's a big enough of a drive-through. I would make a motion that we approve it. I don't really.
We gotta put some sort, we gotta have 2 people out there, 3 people.
Yeah, so I'll make a motion to approve it, that it, as long as they're using the second lane, if they're using 2 lanes, they have to have 2 personnel out there, a traffic person and at least 1 other person to direct cars in case there's a need for the bypass.
At all times.
At all times. That's both lanes.
Yeah, okay, good. That's good, Jim. Can I have a motion? Could I get a second for that, please?
I'll second that motion.
Okay.
Rich Wilson,
Aye.
Jim Gilletti,
Aye.
Teresa Ranciato Vili,
Aye.
Brian Cummings,
Aye.
and Vern Carlson.
Aye. Okay, thank you. Okay, that was good. This one here has to go with fast. This is the site plan for Panera Bread, P2121. We also have a CAM that will come later. But this is the site plan.
This is Brian Cummings. I'll make a motion to approve P21-21 600 Universal Drive, Panera Bread.
This is Jim Gilletti. I'll second it. I didn't have any questions. Site plan looked good to me.
It sure did. Good enough. You seconded, Jim? Yeah, good enough.
Rich Wilson,
Aye.
Jim Gilletti,
Aye.
Teresa Ranciato Vili,
Aye.
Brian Cummings,
Brian?
are you frozen?
Aye.
Thank you, Brian. And Vern Carlson.
Aye.
Motion
Okay.
carries 5-0. You have the CAM.
Yep, can I get a motion to approve the CAM? Jim?
It's Jim Gilletti. I'll make a motion. We approve the CAM on, this isn't Panera. This is the.
Yeah, this is Panera.
It's Panera, yeah. The CAM on there.
Teresa Ranciato Vili, I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion, a second.
Rich Wilson,
Aye.
Jim Gilletti,
Aye.
Teresa Ranciato Vili,
Aye.
Brian Cummings,
Aye.
and Vern Carlson.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0 on the CAM. Thank you.
Okay. I think that takes care of.
Oh, wait, all we have are 2 sets of minutes. You want to bang them?
No. She's right. Let's go. No.
Got it.
No.
Okay, we're ready to go right now. I think that clears everything we got up. Now we're gonna go into, well, this one here, we gotta go around and talk about this a little bit. Anybody like to talk? This is the Slate School that we have been talking about for some months, 5 months or so, and taking all the information from the people that are in favor of it. And there's been so many people that was in favor of the school. The school is so good. Think about going back there myself, for God's sake. The kids don't want to go home. But I gotta believe the school is really good. And of course, we got the people that are opposed to it, which spoke to a different aspect of it. But we listened to them for 5 months, and we took a lot in, and we took the time to take a look at it, weigh it out. And now is the time we got to talk about it and bring it to the surface, what we're thinking about. And Teresa, you're right up there. You're softening to go on this one. Go ahead.
Oh, no. I'm gonna not take the lead on this.
Oh,
Thank
okay.
you.
Good. Does anybody want to speak up to take the lead? Or do you want me to take the lead? Or Brian take the lead? Or
Hold on, before we take the lead, I did have a question. I brought this up last.
Sure.
For Andy. So we heard engineers or traffic people on both sides. Some of us telling the sight lines are a problem, some saying the sight lines have been resolved. I need to hear from our engineer, what is your position on the sight lines? Has what the changes they've proposed resolved the sightline issues in your mind as you are the engineer for our commission?
Yeah, from my perspective, I don't have a big issue with the sightline. I really don't like the serpentine driveway as it comes in. But I think that could be tweaked. I think it could be widened. I think it could be tweaked around a little bit. But yeah, from a sightline perspective, I'm not all that concerned with that. I think they're close, and I think they're right what they need to be. I don't have an issue with it.
Okay. Now I'll let whoever wants to take the lead.
I don't think anybody wants to take the lead, wants to talk about it. You know, we could talk about all that we heard, and you know, one is very good and the other one didn't speak against the school at all. I am convinced it is a good school. And but I also listened to the people who was in opposition of where it is being proposed. It's, you know, it's been compared to the one that they put the lower school up, which is totally a different situation than this is. And one is so small you can't even see it, and it's on 24 acres. This one here is so big that you can't hide it, and it's on 2 3/4 acres, I would say, or 2.7, whatever it is. It's very small, and it's filled that spot up a lot. I mean, I look at the does it really comply with the real meaning of our zoning regulations? I think the general purpose and the intent of the planning and zoning regs in town, I don't think this really does fit with them. I mean, our regulations are for residential. This is, when you put this in there, it is bordering on a commercial piece of property. I mean, it's changed the use of that thing from 2 houses to a commercial piece of property. And that's not what the regs were meant for. They were meant, the general purpose of our regulations were for residential. This is really not residential, I don't think. I don't say it's all bad by any means. And Andy says the sight lines are okay. Boy, I don't know that I drive over that road, and I've gone over there so much that since this thing has come up in the last 5 months, that I see an awful lot of people walking, an awful lot of people on bicycles, an awful lot of people jogging. And, you know, the sight line is short. The road is up, it's down. It's, you know, it has high spots, low spots. I think it is short. And no question, you know, everybody is understanding that. I know they talked about how fast the cars go, but they're speeding no matter where you go. So wherever you go, we all know everybody one time or another does break the posted speed limit. But if, you know, the experts say, one says it's good, the other one says it's not. So I'm just listening to what I hear and what I thought about. I'm just trying to get, these are notes that I made, you know, as I listened to this, listen to the application as it was brought forth over the time. I made the notes, I went through them and looked at them really hard. This is probably one of the biggest things we've lifted to them, and I don't know why. But it is, I mean, since there's going to be an increase in traffic, I think it is a play on the health, safety, and welfare of the folks in that area. I mean, the road is narrow in most places. It's windy, it's up, it's down. And I think the sightlines are a little short.
All right, so
The church, go ahead, Jim.
no, I didn't mean to cut you off. No, keep going. I didn't mean to cut you off.
The church, and I'm not saying the church wouldn't be used, but I mean, it's like a country church that was there. It'll be a dramatic change in the area, which they bought it. You're entitled to do it if, in fact, they comply with the regulations. And a church that you got maybe 12 or 15 people on a monthly basis, so you got when it's fully built out and 90 students, plus the people that they gotta have, the subcontractors, the students, the employee, the faculty, the visitors. I mean, it's a lot. It just seems a lot when I look at it that way. So, but I mean, other than that, there's not much else I can say about it. I just think it's a big fit in an unorthodox spot. It happens to be there. One is so small, the first one around, which I voted for. And Jim, I know you and I talked about the first one, the lower school, a lot before we made a decision on that. This one, I just look at it a little different. But in any event, I give it to you, Jim.
Well, let me say this. I, to this moment, had not decided which way I would go with this, because I got to tell you that I could make, in my mind, both arguments. Honestly, as you said, the other school, which is not relevant to this application, I know that, but when the other school came in front of us, they convinced me to allow that school to go in there because it was a large site. The school was going to be out of sight. There wasn't going to be a dramatic increase in traffic if the whole lot had been developed, because there could have been a lot of lots there. And I did not, at that time, people said that it was going to have a big negative impact on property values. I didn't believe it, and it hasn't. Now, that being said, this is a completely different application, but you've also got to treat it as a different application on its own merits. So what does that mean? What it means, and I listened, and I want all these people that are out there, I read all that stuff you gave us, and it killed me. I read it all, read all the presentations by the experts, and all of us have listened to hours and hours, and we listened to everybody. And I hear what Vern is saying. I'm sure that's a great school. Just like we said, it cuts both ways with the school and with the church. It's a great school. I believe the Clarks are involved. I don't know anything about the school. I believe they're involved. What happens when they're not involved anymore? We're approving a school. Is the school going to be the same? But the same cuts for the church. I'm very concerned about the people that live out there, but there's a church right next to you. And when you bought your properties, you knew there was a church right next to you. So I'm concerned, Vern, when you say that this is a commercial enterprise. No, it's a school. And the schools are allowed in residential districts. That's been hammered at us by lawyers. And I said this at our last hearing, we've got experts telling us that we've got to do this, and we got experts telling us we can't do this. We got lawyers telling us we have to do this, and lawyers telling us we can't do this. And I think they both make very valid arguments. But what it comes down to is that it is the regulation, it is a special permit, and a school is allowed, and that to give them their due. But giving consideration to the effect of the proposed use on present and future dwellings in the vicinity. So what is that? Is the if you give consideration to the effect of the proposed use on present and future dwellings, is it going to negatively impact them enough so that you should say they shouldn't be allowed to put a school? That's the question. To me, that's the question. And I don't fully know what the answer is because we heard both. We heard a appraiser say very strongly, this is going to dramatically impact the values. And we heard appraisers say it's not going to impact the values. So we've got to decide which of those we put credence in. I hear what Vern is saying about sightlines. The issue I have about sightlines, to play both sides, is that, well, isn't that sightline issue the same even with people coming out of the church? Driving out of the church, if they have services tomorrow, they've got those same sightline problems. So the problems are already there. So, and is it going to be an increase in traffic? Yeah, I guess it's definitely going to be an increase. But that church doesn't always have to stay as that church. So I've thought about it, and I've thought about it a lot, and I really would like to hear from everybody else and see if you can tell me Vern, I can hear pretty clearly where you're thinking. I'd like to know where everybody else is thinking.
Yep. Good enough, Jim.
You don't have to. I say to you, you don't have to. I can tell you I want to, but you don't have to tell me I don't care what you want. And I'm certainly entitled to do that. But I'd like you to try to convince me one way or the other.
I'm willing to go, or Brian, you can go first. Go ahead, Brian. Sorry.
Warren, this is Brian Cummings, and I appreciate Jim's comment about wanting to see where it's going. We've dealt with this now for actually probably since December when it first was given to us in our packages, and though it was delayed in inland wetlands for a while. The first time I think any of us went out there was a lot of snow on the ground and looking at it, a beautiful sight. We hear from experts on both sides of things, lawyers on both sides of it. And I believe this will have an impact on housing values there. And one of the things that brought me there is Mr. Hollister's comment, though he wasn't one of the appraisers. What Mr. Hollister said, and he was talking about the church and the people coming in who knew that the church was there. And his comment was, a smart buyer would evaluate what the property could be and act accordingly. And that's what I believe will have an effect on prices of the houses. And that's an equity value, that's an equity matter. And that's a serious matter. Most people in their lives, their homes are pretty much their net worth. It's all they have. Especially you put a few kids through college, and by the time you're done, you just got your house left for you. And having said that, I also believe there's some safety issues that we have to look at. Mr. O'Neill gave some numbers, and it was 1,635 extra trips per week on the road. And I asked him where those numbers came from, and they were from the applicant's set of data. Nothing that he came up with. And I'm far from against education. I've got probably 80 years of education in my immediate family, educators in my immediate family. And it's a tough decision. Thanks, Vern.
Vern, I'll go next. Okay. There's a church there right now. That church may have been lightly used before. There's absolutely no guarantee that church will be lightly used next week, next year. Somebody could move in there. Like I said, churches have many uses. Could be a daycare, they could have a food pantry there. They could have meetings every night. That church was allowed via special permit. The neighbor, there's nothing that can change that. So right now, I don't call that a commercial use. You can call it commercial use, Chairman, but I don't. I also choose to believe our town engineer when he said that there is no issue with sightlines. So thank you, Andy, for that, because I put a lot of faith in what the town engineer has to say. Kind of strange that this board did approve the last Slate School over opposition, and especially that, you know, the argument that the other side had about housing values going down, that didn't happen. So to argue that now that it would happen with this school is I think, no, disingenuous would not be the word, I guess, but it just doesn't ring true. Because if it didn't happen with the other school, I don't see how it would happen with this school either. And it didn't happen with the church. And for everyone's information, I believe every school in our town is in a residential area, in somebody's neighborhood. So every single school is in somebody's backyard in other parts of town. When we look at 2.1.1.5, like Mr. Gilletti said, we need to consider the effect of the proposed use on present and future dwellings in the vicinity. I have not heard, and I did listen, and I did read, and I did sit down and think about this. I did not hear a good argument that this school would have a negative impact on this neighborhood. We just heard from our own town engineer, the sightlines are there. We've seen with our own eyes that a school being in a neighborhood does not reduce property values. So I do not understand why we are believing that this school would have a negative impact.
Hey, Vern?
Yes. Is that it, Teresa? Teresa?
That is it.
Yeah, you're all set? Okay, good enough. Thank you.
So,
Rich?
like Jim and you said, I have never read so much or listened to so much legal and engineers on any other project that I've been on the commission with as this one here. It is pretty heart-wrenching, and I certainly believe that Slate School is a wonderful place of learning. The town has entrusted the Planning and Zoning Commission to look out for some basic rules for the citizens, and that is the health and safety and well-being of the citizens, the value of their community is important to keep, and also the character of their neighborhood and the area that they live in. And these are very hard things to kind of judge. This is not like saying, let's put up a speed sign for 25 miles an hour, and if you go 30, you're going to get arrested. These are all subjective kind of thoughts. And I'm going to say, I think that all of us have allowed this school to weigh very heavy. Nobody has taken this decision lightly as to what we're going to decide. So, yeah, I don't believe any of us have just kind of sat back and said, this is nothing. This is a huge, huge deal. So that's what I got to say, Vern.
Okay, thank you very much, Richard. I appreciate that. Okay, let's we've had our say at the moment.
You want a motion?
No, I don't want a motion.
Oh,
Like this quite yet, but I'll let you make one.
I thought everyone spoke, that's all.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. Yeah, if you want to make a motion, Teresa.
Well, I mean, I was
I
going to
just
make. a
wanted to
motion.
digest what was said. Go ahead and make it. We'll take time.
Yeah, I'm gonna make a motion to approve the Slate
Okay.
School.
Okay, you make a motion to approve. Is there a second for
I'll
the
second it.
motion?
This is Jim Gillette. I'll second it.
Okay. Jennifer?
So you want to make sure no one else wants to make any other comments?
If they did it, they
I
speak
think
up
we
right now. If you want to amend, if you
I'm
want
not
to
saying
amend,
you're cutting anybody off. I'm just making sure. That's
yeah,
all.
if you want to amend the motion.
I'm ready to go.
I don't want to amend it.
I'm ready to go. So
Okay. By all means, Jennifer?
Rich Wilson,
I'm sorry, I missed what was just being said there. I'm sorry about that.
there was a motion to approve the special permit application made by Mrs. Ricciardo Vili, and Mr. Gilletti seconded it.
No.
Jim Gilletti,
aye.
Teresa Ricciardo Vili,
Aye.
Brian Cummings,
No.
Vern Carlson,
No.
okay, the motion does not carry.
Vern, this is Teresa. Before Jennifer speaks, I have to bring up something that's it directly relates to the Slate School. And I'm hoping everyone's listening to this out there. Because one of our members on our board, I'm not sure, you probably are aware of this, received a call from our town attorney regarding a petition that his wife signed relating to the school. And that call by the town attorney, as I understand it, was based on.
Excuse me, this is your counsel. I'm
I know that.
recommending that you do not raise this in a deliberation.
You know what, Jennifer, then we can come out of deliberation.
It's very inappropriate.
No, Jennifer.
We can wait till after deliberations. Because we should discuss it. There's no question we should discuss it, but we can wait until we're after deliberations. But we should absolutely.
We can get out of deliberations, but I'm not going to wait to not discuss this in the public.
No, I want to discuss it tonight as well. But let me say this, guys, for whichever, clearly a decision was made, it would probably be a good idea to give some reasons for your decision. We all spoke. You can add that if you want to, but then we should. I don't think we have anything else to deliberate on. And then I want to talk about a couple of things, including what happened with one of our board members.
Okay. Okay, very good. Let me see where we are as far as before we close this meeting. Jennifer.
No, we're not going to close the meeting because
we're not closing the meeting.
Close deliberations.
You also have to vote on the special permit. Again, Mr. Gilletti has indicated, do you want to give reasons for the denial of the application? The statutes do require that the commission state collective reasons. I encourage you to do so. If you would like to give collective reasons, you gave individual reasons, your individual opinion. For the folks that did vote against the motion, if you'd like to provide collective reasons to staff to articulate in a letter of decision, please do so.
I can do that, and I'd be happy to, Jennifer. Why I voted in opposition to the motion. I think, as I said before, I do not think that the application does fall into the general purpose or intent of the planning and zoning regs of North Haven. I think the site's impact on the present and future dwellings there will be affected in a negative way. I think it will affect house prices somewhat. I think that the site being developed puts a danger on the public health, safety, and welfare. There is so many people that I have seen walking, jogging, riding bicycles on that road. It is a very untrustworthy road. It's up, down, sight lines are short. Not in all places, but sight lines are short. And I have drove it many times. We need more than that, Teresa. Why don't we go to Brian, see what Brian has to say. Brian?
Warren, yes, I think I made some of my points clear when I was talking earlier. We had two experts talking about real estate values. And as a commissioner, I can choose the one who I believe is correct. When I asked Mr. Hunter near the end of his talk, and I said, well, Outer Ridge Road is a hypothetical. He agreed. And I can't really vote on a hypothetical. I have to vote on some numbers. And that was that there was going to be an equity problem. The housing prices would mostly likely come down in that area. And that area is different from the Lower Slate School. I mean, these is much closer. It's much more by the road. It's much more visible. It's not, I mean, if you go by the Lower Slate School, put your thumb up as you go by, you can probably hide the whole school with your thumb as you're driving by. When you go by this one, it's right there. And it's there. And I believe it will have an impact on housing values. Plus, again, what I said about Mr. Hollister, the attorney, who also said a smart buyer would evaluate what a property could be and act accordingly. And again, another reason is that road is a very narrow and circuitous road. It is a safe road if you're going the speed limit. If you choose not to, God help you. And there are a lot of walkers out there, and a lot of walkers aren't used to a lot of traffic on that road. And through the applicant's own numbers from their own engineers, they said they were going to add about 1,600 more trips a week to that road. And that to me is a safety issue. And again, as a general purpose or maybe preamble to our regulations, 1.1.1, I think that's what we're getting at here is this does violate some of 1.1.1 in that the safety issues for me, it is a safety issue for me, those additional trips on the road. Secondly, property values. That specifically is stated in our regulations 1.1.1. And I don't think I can make it any clearer than that. If you want anything else, can I make it more clear than that, Jennifer? I don't know, but that's some of the reasons why I voted no.
Okay, Rich?
Well, going along with that and what I had said is, I do believe that that school, on that size school, on that small piece of property, is going to affect the value of the homes, at least in the immediate area. And I also feel that it is going to be changing the safety and welfare of people that are using that road. And that's some of the things that the board or the planning and zoning people are responsible to look out for the community. And so for those reasons, I'm not in favor of the school going there. I think it's a great school. I just don't think that it belongs on that piece of property on that street.
Okay.
Okay, Vern.
Teresa?
Vern, I mean, I am going to say that the reason I voted for the special permit for the Slate School is that there is a church that exists there at this time with those existing sight lines, with a driveway, with people coming in and out. Doesn't matter if it was a small school, I mean, a small church with a few people, it could be, and they could have as many people as they want. It already exists. So I voted for the special permit because there is insufficient proof of a negative impact. There is no proof that there is a negative impact from this school. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Teresa. Jim?
Just because I'm not used to not talking. I voted for it because I agree with Teresa. I think there's insufficient proof. I didn't say none. I think there was obviously evidence both ways. Frankly, I don't think the school is going to have a negative impact on property values. And the thing that has surprised me from the beginning about this is that the other school went in down the street. Why didn't anybody present evidence of what happened to houses? Because we heard that. The last time people came up and said, listen, this school is going to knock down the property values in this area. And it just didn't happen. So I don't think it's going to have that impact. And most of the other, when this thing first came to me, the way it hit me was much of what you're saying is that like, well, the other one was on a big site. This one's a small site, but we have to assess it just on its own merits. On its own merits, I understand the concern of the people that are next door. I really do. I'm sympathetic with it, but schools are allowed. And I don't think there's enough indication of a genuine negative impact or giving consideration to the effect of the proposed use on present and future dwellings. It's just not there for me. So.
Okay. Thank you very much, Jim. Jennifer, you want to make your presentation before we continue?
Well, is that in?
Can you vote the site plan now?
Oh, yeah.
Say again?
Can you vote the site plan now? You voted by a 2-3 vote to de facto not approve the special permit.
But if the special permit is not approved, how could we approve the site plan?
I don't understand. Why would we vote on the site
You don't
plan?
need to.
I think to be tidy, can we just vote and giving the reason is because they have no special permit?
Aaron, why doesn't your group, one of the three of you, make a motion not to approve the site plan because you've already voted not to approve the special permit?
Yeah.
I believe that Mr. Gilletti misspoke. Did you mean to
Not-
say move to deny?
Oh, okay. Well, move to deny the site plan.
Yeah, okay, thank you, Jim. I thought you were a little tricky there. You
One of
were,
the three.
you were trying to play.
No, I wasn't trying to sneak anything in.
I think you were.
Just
But
tired.
that's okay. It's okay. Brian,
I'm just saying this, the three of you guys should make a motion to deny it.
the three of us.
Vern, this is Brian, and I want to thank Jim. I once fell into that myself because I like to approve stuff. But anyway, I'm going to have to make a motion to deny the site plan.
There you go.
Yeah, I have a motion, Rich, I have a motion, second.
I'll second that, Vern, to deny it.
Jen,
Wilson,
Aye.
Jim Gilletti,
Nay.
Teresa Ranciano Vili,
Nay.
Brian Cummings,
Aye.
and Vern Carlson.
aye.
The motion to deny carries. And your collective reasons for same,
Yes.
do you want to be the same as your reasons for your action on
Yeah, one second. Jennifer, I question on the site plan, I question parking is one of the things that I looked at very hard on the site plan. And the parking is very limited. And I see that there's going to be on a general basis that the Clark family takes very good care of their property. They will be having subcontractors of some kind in and out of there on a regular basis, so they're going to need parking. Students are going to need parking. The students are going to be in sects of 16 years old and will be driving their own car. They will need parking. Employees are going to need parking, as well as the faculty and visitors. That's on the parking. Give me a moment, Jen. I think the site is overdeveloped. I think it's going to be I think it is going to create public health, safety, and welfare. So much activity going on such a small site that it will be detrimental to the people. Well, the rest of it are right there. It is kind of contradictory to the terms of the town's plan of conservation and development. Sitting right there, just doesn't belong. The conservation and development says that part of town should be looked at very closely. With that, maybe Brian can add something to that. I don't know. That's enough for me.
Thank you, Vern. I believe that, well, each neighborhood in the town of North Haven has its own individual charm and character. And though we allow, I guess, 15% of coverage on the site, I think theirs was about 8%. It was higher than, I don't remember the exact number, it was higher than the houses surrounding it. I believe it is too busy for that site. I think it's out of character with the neighborhood, with the site plan. It's a beautiful site plan. I just think it's plunked down in the wrong area. And we could go into more detail. I don't know. There's just things on the site plan that, well, we won't get into that detail. That just go with the general belief that it is out of character with that area, and it's much busier than the surrounding properties. Though, as people said, schools are allowed in residential districts. Comes back to us again to make the decision under 1.1.1, and I just think it's too busy. I'm not going to ham on the line. I just think it's too busy. Thanks, Jennifer.
That is all set, Brian? You all set?
Yes, Vern, I am. Thank you.
Rich?
Right, I have to agree. I mean, I would call it's too aggressive for that size piece of property. And the pictures are beautiful. The renderings are wonderful as to what the school will look like. But I just think it's way too aggressive and too much for that area. So That's
it?
what I got to say, Vern.
Okay, very good. Okay. All right, Jennifer. Teresa, do you have anything to add to your comments?
I do not, Vern.
Okay, good. Jim?
I'm good.
Okay, all right. Jennifer, did you want to talk now about the overview on the
Minute.
legislation?
Wait a minute. First of all, going out of deliberations,
Yeah, yeah,
it's not deliberations, right?
Yeah, I just want to check with her, Jim, that's all.
Oh, but I want to check, before we get to her, I want to deal with the thing Teresa brought up.
Okay.
Jim,
Are we out of
did we make a motion to go out of deliberations?
Zach, that's what I said. Okay, I'll make a motion to go out of.
That's fine. Yeah, good. Jim, I'm all set with you. I have no
Okay.
problem.
Got it. So I'll make a motion that we go out of deliberations.
I'll second that, Vern. This is Brian.
Okay. Jen?
Rich Wilson,
Aye.
Jim Gilletti,
Aye.
Teresa Ranciano Vili,
Aye.
Brian Cummings,
Aye.
and Vern Carlson.
Aye.
Okay, Vern. This is pertinent to the vote we just took.
Okay, so,
Special permit. One of our members, and I don't know if you're aware of this, I assume you are, received a call from our town attorney regarding.
Excuse me, can I say something here, Teresa? Is this hearsay?
No, Brian, it's not. But thank you for thinking that. Okay?
go ahead, Teresa.
Not hearsay. It's factual.
Go ahead.
Town attorney called one of our members questioning a petition that his wife had signed. I'm not going to name names, but apparently it was based on a call that she received from one of the applicant's attorneys. So not acceptable. A spouse should be allowed, I'm sure this is not Texas, should be allowed to have any opinion that they want. A member of that household should be allowed to have any opinion that they want without thinking that an elected member of a board or commission would be swayed. It just should have nothing to do with that board or commission member. So I'm not sure what's worse, that the applicant attorney actually thought that this was okay to bring this to our town attorney, that if our chairman knew about it, that he thought it was okay, though I don't know that for sure, or that this wife's opinion would influence the commissioner, or that the town attorney actually made the call. So it's already hard to be a member of a commission or board. It's chilling to think that now we're being questioned about what our spouses or household members do. So that's not acceptable to me. I'm so angry about it. So I have to bring that up because that has never happened in the whole history that I've been on this commission. And I don't know if our town sanctions that, but I don't sanction that. And it's not hearsay, Brian.
Okay, are you set there, Teresa?
Am I what?
Are you all set? Is that?
I don't know, Vern.
Okay.
Well, I'm not all.
No, Jim, I don't know anything about this, but in any event, you come on. I just want to make sure she had.
I'm very surprised at that, Vern, because I can tell you, I know Alan Fredrickson knows about it because he talked to me about it outside of Starbucks.
Well,
Jennifer is sitting right here and she's not saying anything. Jennifer, did you say something to one of our members because their wife took a position on an application?
I want to be very clear with you. You are an attorney, as is Mr. Williams, you are putting me in a terrible ethical position.
You put our member in a terrible ethical position. I don't understand how you could make that phone
No, I did not. I have an obligation, okay, as counsel to my client, when an issue like that is raised, to raise it.
What, you are an attorney.
I am not, this is.
For this board, not just for yourself, for this board.
Oh my gosh.
You either are or you are not, Jennifer. Are you the attorney for this board?
Of course I am, which is
why would you call the board to tell him he should not participate?
I did not.
You didn't?
No, I did not.
You did not?
That is not what I advised. And thank you for compromising me ethically. I am so
angry that did you have a discussion with Alan Fredrickson about it, Jennifer? This compromise, did you have a discussion with Alan Fredrickson? Because that would seem to be a problem to me.
Jim, this is Brian Cummings. Jim, this is Brian Cummings. You're making a point. Can you keep your voice down? We're all adults.
Fair enough. Fair enough. But I'm very angry. Let me tell you, because this dovetails with a decision got made about this meeting. Democrats don't get included. Now a Democrat gets singled out by our town attorney. I want to know why these things are happening. Why did this meeting get changed? You guys had a discussion. Vern said everybody agreed that the meeting would be by Zoom. Everybody agreed. Did not talk to me, did not talk to Teresa, did not talk to Rod. True?
That I very well may have said.
I'm sorry?
I say that I very well may have said. But I mean, what you're talking about has nothing to do.
No, they're both the same
what the
thing.
hell you're talking
I don't understand what is going on to the minority party members.
And I want to just point one thing out, seeing as, I mean, I don't even know what to say. I've been representing for 23 years. I've brought up with other members of this commission when somebody has raised a conflict, I've contacted them directly. And it was brought up to me that a conversation was had with you, Jim. I didn't say anything to Alan first.
When Alan told me you talked to him, Jennifer, then Alan is a liar, because that's what he said to me. He said you contacted him about the discussion with this board member.
No.
Trust me, Jennifer, nobody tells the Democrats anything. So nobody told us anything. Understand that. I've been waiting for a call from our chairman now that Mike Frieda told me I was going to be getting about some of these issues that I haven't received yet. The meeting happened this month without talking to either Democrat, and none of the Democrats on the board, about how it was going to happen. And to question a board member about something that his wife put on a petition is unacceptable in our town. Not acceptable. Who the hell is going to want to serve on a board or commission if that happens? It's already hard enough. You saw that with this application. People call you names. We're stupid if we do one thing. We're stupid if we do another thing. So to have it come now from inside, from our own people is disgraceful.
Teresa? Have you got your point across?
I just want to say one thing, because this seems to be being made about me, which I don't really understand at all. Okay. And in fact, Teresa, you know that I have contacted you on occasion, and has been more than one when people have raised potential conflict by you in sending an application. You'll recall that. both on this.
No, Jennifer, I don't recall it about a particular application. It was about me greeting people who I've known for 30 years at a meeting, and they hugged me. That was the issue.
When a conflict is raised, it's appropriate to make the person who it's being raised about aware, and that it is up to them. And this is the advice that I universally give. You know, I mean, you're forcing me into this, okay? The advice that I universally give, and I have gone to commission meetings, I've gone to board meetings, it's of record. The advice that I give is that it is up to the commissioner or the board member themselves to determine whether or not they have a conflict or whether or not they're predisposed. My advice has been the same for 23 years that I've been representing this commission when this issue has been raised. And that was the advice that I gave, okay? This has been raised. Only you as the commissioner, as the board member, know whether or not you're predisposed towards a particular action. Because look, I mean, if it's something that's obvious, like you're a next door neighbor, or you have some, business interest with an applicant or something like that, of course, my recommendation is going to be that you don't sit on the application. Of course, because there's the appearance of impropriety. But I've given training on this, okay, for the town of North Haven, publicly. I've said exactly, I know what I say. It's the speech I give all the time, okay? And in this instance, I thought it was a non-issue, particularly since the individual that it was raised about is an alternate, and all of you as regular members participated in all the meetings. So I thought it was a non-issue. And again, I don't know what else to say. I'm sorry that you feel that the way that you do. If you're slighted in terms of asking whether or not a particular meeting is going to be held in person or remotely, I don't have anything to do with that. I have nothing to do with that. I did what was appropriate in terms of when somebody raises an issue of conflict of interest or of predisposition, it is appropriate to contact that member, have a conversation with them, make them aware. And that's what I always do for 23 years.
And I find it inappropriate that attorney even brought that up, and that's not your problem that he brought it up.
Listen.
Okay, because whoever that attorney was, I'm not going to name them, but newsflash, husbands and wives can have different opinions in this town, in this state, and in this country. All right? You understand that? That is what I'm so disgusted by, that it's perceived that that because one person in that household thinks one way, the other person cannot think the other way and be their own person. That is the problem. And by you contacting them, you sort of fostered that. So I'm going to shut up now. It's late.
Well, wait, I'm not.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, please. Jim, go ahead.
Well, I just don't understand. I don't understand why he would be contacted. Because somebody's spouse has an opinion about an application, is it your position that would disqualify the spouse? Because even if they came and they spoke, we have our judge of probate is a Republican, his wife's a Democrat, ran on a Democratic ticket. Is that not allowed? Are spouses not entitled to have an opinion of their own? So I don't understand where the conflict even conceivably arose.
Listen, I don't disagree with you. Of course, I don't disagree with you. That's not the point. The point is, it was raised with me. It's appropriate to contact the person, make them aware it was raised, and then leave it to them. If they're in a position to sit with a particular application and they feel that it's appropriate to sit, then they sit.
Well, but wait a minute. You're a counsel for the board, so you didn't advise them of whether you thought there was a conflict or not.
Yeah, I did advise them what I thought. I mean, again, I mean, you're having me disclose, I don't know why
No,
you're
but
in a position, Jim, as one professional to another. We need to move on. I think,
you can say that, Jen, but you don't get to decide when we move on. You don't. Okay? I mean, so this is a problem for me. It's a problem for us. And there have been other circumstances that I've been aware of that I would have thought were a conflict that maybe you should have gotten involved in, and perhaps from now on, I will then endeavor to call you.
make me aware.
See a problem and make sure that the same thing happens, that it's not just on one side. And I apologize for yelling. I know I get excited and it's late.
No, Jim,
Listen, I try to be fair.
it sounds like it's coming down.
That's not my reputation. I don't play sides. The legal advice is not political advice. It is not party advice. That's not what legal advice is. I give legal advice.
Okay, I don't want to cut anybody off here, but are we satisfied that we have talked this thing out for the most part at this point?
Are you satisfied as chairman that your members get called? Are you satisfied with this?
Listen, I don't want to weigh in at all, but whether you believe so or not, I'm not involved in this whatsoever, nor am I going to be. All I'm going to do is close out this meeting if in fact you are through, and I don't want to cut you off before you are through. So tell me if you are through. Are you
through?
Okay. Jim?
No, I'm good.
You good? Okay, thank you, Jim. Jennifer?
So I wanted to talk to you tonight specifically about, as many of you I'm sure are aware, about the recent legislation that has passed regarding, in particular, land use matters, zoning matters. So I'm going to send to you, and I have copies of it for you. I've held off on doing it because you were obviously so busy with the Slate School and you had a lot on your agenda tonight, so I didn't want to overwhelm you with it. But I'm going to be sending you the CAPA, so the Connecticut chapter of the American Planning Association did a summary of the legislation, and it's a good overview to give you a sense of the various kind of critical zoning issues that the legislature passed on in this last legislative session. But there's three sort of critical areas that I just want to point out to you and just give you an introduction about. First off, there's two opt-out pieces of legislation. Well, it's in the same public act. It's in Public Act 21-29 regarding accessory dwelling units and also parking. So you don't have an accessory apartment regulation. I know that, we talk about in-laws being allowed if there's a common wall. You don't have a specific accessory apartment regulation. So it's something I think that you do need to look at this point to evaluate whether or not you want to opt out of this legislation. So the idea is that the Public Act, it establishes default provisions that allow construction of accessory apartments on lots that accompany single-family homes unless a municipality chooses to opt out of the provision by January 1st of 2023. And to opt out, and this is both true of the accessory dwelling unit provision as well as the parking provision that I'm going to talk to you just briefly about in a moment. But to opt out, the Planning and Zoning Commission has to hold a public hearing, approve the opt-out with a 2/3 majority, and publish notice of the decision. And then it also requires a 2/3 majority vote of the legislative body of the town. And it says specifically, though, the Board of Selectmen in a town meeting form of government. So the Board of Selectmen would follow the same process. They'd have a public hearing and they would have to vote to opt out by a 2/3 majority and then publish notice of the decision. So in terms of the limits on the ADU requirements, I'm just going to hit the bullets for you here. And if you could just kind of sit and listen and digest it. In addition to allowing ADUs or the act actually doesn't say accessory dwelling units, it does say accessory apartments accompanying single-family homes. Public Act 21-29 places limits on other conditions of approval, including ADUs are not restricted to homeowners or relatives of occupant of primary structure. The approval process shall not require a public hearing, special permit, or special exception, and decisions must be rendered within 65 days of application. Permission to construct an ADU shall not be conditional to correcting a nonconformity or requiring fire sprinklers if they are not required by the fire code for the principal dwelling. Regulations shall not require ADUs to have an exterior door be connected to the primary structure or have more than one parking space. Regulations must allow maximum ADU size of at least 1,000 square feet or 30% of the size of the primary structure, whichever is smaller. The construction of an ADU may not trigger more restrictive lot coverage requirements than applicable to the primary home, require greater setbacks than are required for the primary home, require greater height, landscaping, and architectural design standards than apply to single-family dwellings. ADUs shall not be required to be affordable. Municipalities may regulate the use of ADUs as short-term rentals, and then ADUs shall not be required to be served by separate utilities, and shared septic systems shall not be considered community wastewater systems for regulatory purposes. So just going forward on this, so just keep in mind, I'm sorry, I have a big pile of material that I've gathered. But just going forward on this issue, so the things you would be looking at, like if you're considering whether or not to pass an accessory apartment, really any accessory apartment regulation, whether it's, again, sort of opting in to what you have in the legislation or doing something else, you'd want to look at the issue of owner occupancy. I know a lot of towns do require that the owner occupy either the principal home or the accessory apartment. And there's, I think, obvious reasons for that, right? Limitation on number of occupants. A lot of towns have a limitation on the number of occupants. Limitation on minimum and or providing for a maximum square footage or a percentage of gross livable space. Whether you allow the apartment within the footprint, attached and or detached apartments, that's another issue. Allowance of apartments in basements and attics or garages. The outside access issue is something too that you see a lot when you do research on accessory apartments. Many towns don't want, if there's a separate access to the apartment, they don't want the door to be in the front of the building on the public street. I mentioned before about that shared connection, that open floor plan. So whether or not you want to have an internal doorway connection, the architectural style, one of the big issues is exterior stairs. A lot of towns don't like that look of exterior stairs, so that's something that they prohibit. Number of bedrooms, and then just different things with regard to the kitchen and the bath. Shared utilities, parking spaces, and again, I said I want to talk about parking. And then something that we've talked about before too is registration of accessory apartments. I know that we've talked about potentially doing some sort of a landlord registration. And then procedural issues, how an accessory apartment would get approved. Some towns do allow administrative approval, and then obviously some do not and require a special permit. So those are just some things to think about. Again, you have to choose to opt out if you're going to by January 1st. Otherwise, the legislation, you own it. So that's January 1st of 2023. And then in terms of parking, there's reduced parking requirements. And this is also in Public Act 21-29. It requires that zoning must not require parking in excess of one space per studio or one bedroom unit, or two spaces for larger housing units unless a municipality opts out of this requirement. It's that same process, that two-step, 2/3 Planning and Zoning Commission, 2/3 Board of Selectmen. So similar to the accessory apartment opt-out. And then the last thing I just want to make mention to you, and I'm going to send you quite a bit of material about it. The Public Act is very large for cannabis. So I will send you some information on that. I've attended a number of webinars on cannabis, just to enable you to sort of read some about it. And then I would like to give a more lengthy presentation to you to get into the specifics of it so that you have an understanding of what the law is, because it is very involved. At this point, everybody knows July 1st, consumption and use became legal. And they're looking at, I mean, there is in some of the material that I'll send you, there is a time frame for the various stages. And because there's a variety of dates, there's a schedule within the law. It's very confusing. But they're thinking that the first licenses will not issue until the fall of next year. So that's pretty much it. I don't want to keep you. I know it's 11:36, and I promised I would be quick. So you have minutes left to act on. You've got your August 2nd and August 24th minutes.
I want to take those, Jennifer, through.
I'm sorry, we have minutes to do. We can wait. I would gladly trade those for one piece of information. By the end of the day on Wednesday, I need to place a public hearing in the paper regarding the meeting on October 4th. And I need to know, not to hit a sore point or anything, but can we discuss this right here and now? Is this a virtual meeting or is this some form of in-place meeting for October 4th?
Well, go with the commission. If that's what you want to discuss.
Let me make it simple.
Sure.
Do any of our board members feel that they cannot or do not want to go in person yet?
Okay, Jim. This is Rich Wilson.
Yeah.
So
I don't, Rich, I'm not trying to pry, not trying. All you got to do is tell me yes or no. If you're telling me that you're uncomfortable, doesn't matter what the reason, you don't need to tell me. I'll vote that we do it by Zoom. Okay.
I respect. So as of right now, I'm not comfortable going into a in-person
And I
meeting.
will second that.
Good enough for me.
Thank you.
So I second that we go to
Okay.
Zoom.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
If we could hit the home run and do the 2 sets of minutes, it would be wonderful.
Okay.
Alan, this is
Yeah,
Brian. I'll
motion
make
to
a
approve.
motion to approve the minutes from the 2nd of August, 2001.
Number second.
I'll second it.
Okay. Jennifer.
I think you could do
Them both.
I think it's okay.
Then Jennifer, I'll amend my motion to approve the minutes from the 2nd of August of 2001 and from the 24th of August, 2001.
Good. Have a second, Rich?
I'll second it, Vern.
Okay. Jennifer, call a roll on that.
Rich Wilson,
Aye.
Jim Gilletti,
Aye.
Teresa Ranciano Vili,
Aye.
Brian Cummings,
Aye.
and Vern Carlson.
Aye.
Thank you.
Okay, can I get a motion to adjourn?
I'll make a motion to adjourn.
Okay, can I have a second?
And I will certainly second that.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
The preceding program is brought to you in part through a grant from the town of North Haven. Watch town meetings or other videos on demand at nhtv.com.